Well, let's see if we can do 170. Okay, got it. So this search stash precision. As long as he's not Dracula, we got this. Upcoming the Americas, 12:30. Maybe that's my time. San West Coast. Oh, 170. Come on, man. Nobody want to play 175?
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Stay alert.
Onward.
This fight
The
isn't
creatures
over
of the
yet.
night await. The hunt is on.
Those monsters look hungry. Time to see if you're the hero you say.
Ah.
I hate lying, but I'm here. Another lesson.
I was doing stuff.
Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. These vigilantes see vile creature! Ready yourself for battle. I wish you dared that much. My power grows. But neither will you, it seems.
Illustrate?
Such
Like that works.
remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use. Curse vile creature!
You want some? You want some? You want some? Take it. Mjolnir will have a vengeance of Bondi. And that was only number 3. We are cook.
A hero at their peak. I hate to admit
Hey, what's up?
I'm impressed. Curse thee, vile creature! Last for long. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster?
Oh man, we're cook, guys. Struck.
Vacations. You are nothing compared to me.
This guy is AFK too. Keeps healing, man. This is the worst. Oh, he's already enraged. Oh, stop! Man, stop with your stupid attack, man. Pulling people in. So annoying. What you talking about, man? It's 1440p.
I can't rely on self-righteous vigilantes. I'll have to handle this myself.
Literally, it's 1440p, man. I don't know what you're talking about. See right here. You need to change whatchamacallit, the resolution. Yep, that's a you problem, bro. Maybe I should go. Oh, that was this guy's fault. Yeah. Oh, this one. 2 o'clock. Thought it was 12. $25 more. How you doing? How you doing? Wow, you found 145? That's crazy. I don't know 145. It's too easy. On 175.
You just made the only smart choice.
I'll try Blaze, but Blaze alt build. Ultimate build.
Gear up. These enemies won't quit, but neither will you.
Still need to get that sword.
Fascinating. Now, who's the real
Hell yeah. Slice and dice. The healing sucks though. Supposed to be a vampire, man.
ancestral sword? Strike! Ancestral sword! Ancestral sword! Strike! Taste cold steel!
They dropping like flies. Oh, this one is about time. It's gonna be Dracula. You're gonna watch. Dracula is easy all the way to weight 120. After 120, it's extremely difficult because of his stupid attacks are like unblockable.
Congratulations on surviving, and these vigilantes never surrender. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? These vigilantes. Ancestral sword! Strike! Ancestral sword!
I don't know which one is worse. The one that's by time or what, like you gotta kill 2,000 of them. Because this one you just gotta survive, but then there's so many of them. But the other one is 2,000. Just gotta kill so many of them.
This fight isn't over yet. These vigilantes never
Look.
surrender. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster?
Alright, I'll bring these fools in here. Come on, come here, come here. Come get some, fools, get some, stupid vampire. I'm Blade. Daywalker. Weasley Snipes. Oh, I don't have any more healing runes.
Vigilantes never surrender. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? These vigilantes never surrender. Another wave incoming.
Damn it, damn it, damn it. That's right, that's right, that's right. Oh, this dude's lacking that. He only, yeah, he shouldn't even be here.
Just as I expected. I can't rely on self-righteous vigilantes. I'll have to handle this myself.
Oh crap, didn't work. Oh, this one's on.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Stay alert.
We must
This
not
fight
delay,
isn't over
lest
yet.
more blood be spilt.
Those monsters look
But I'm impressed.
another wave incoming.
How the hell did I end up here? Live.
Congratulations on surviving another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once.
Crush me, vile creature!
So I am the Odin son. How dare you raise your sword at me?
Take a moment and enjoy the peace. It won't last for long. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once.
Slow down! My power grows! 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 My power grows!
Power out Oscar. I think we got it. Let me just hit him in the face sometime. Damn. That stupid vomit that he does. She does. Oh, it is 275. Okay. What the hell did she slow you down?
Before I devour you.
Yeah, these dudes are doing a lot of damage.
While you still can.
Oh, she coats himself in that stupid red stuff. And now I can't do anything. He's enraged. If I get close, I die instantly. down, she just instantly kills you.
These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble sacrifice. Another less than noble sacrifice.
Our adversaries gather.
These vigilantes never surrender. These vigilantes never. Another less than noble sacrifice. Another less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender. These vigilantes never surrender.
Slow down.
Another less than noble sacrifice. Another less than noble sacrifice. Another less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender. These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble. These vigilantes never surrender. Vigilantes never surrender.
Damn.
These vigilantes never surrender. Another
Jeez, man.
Once again, the vampire
That's the only thing about
and the darkness has been banished.
melee build.
Is this really the end?
Once they get enraged, there's nothing you can do. You're literally useless. If I would have had the Punisher, she would have been done in an instant. Oh, they're live now. Yeah, we lost. About 30 minutes.
Me against an undead army? I like those odds.
Gear up.
Time to make
These
them
enemies
undead.
won't quit.
Dead again.
But neither will you. Fascinating. Now who's the real monster? Those monsters look hungry. Time to see if you're the hero you say, or just another snack.
Man, this 180, so might not be doing good in here, but once we get to the boss, I might be able to do most of the damage. That's a max. Oh, that's a max distance.
Take a moment and enjoy the peace. It won't last for long. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. Vacation's over. Back to work. But we've still got some heroism left in you. another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. Another wave incoming. Hold the line.
Dang. $66 trading. Damn. This guy probably got an old SSSS.
Stay alert. This fight isn't over yet. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? More vampires have arrived. Another
Wow. All three of them hit me at the same time.
just as I expected. I can't rely on self-righteous vigilantes. I'll have to handle this myself.
I will get some water. Okay, let's try this build. Start search for consumption. I think this, yeah. $500. Try with this. If this doesn't work, actually it's this one. Then we try this Thunder Torrent Enhancement. 180. Almost time. It is time. It is almost time. What the hell? Oh.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Take a moment and
We
enjoy
must
the
not delay,
peace.
lest more
It
blood
won't
be
last
spilt.
for long. A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed.
My power grows!
More vampires have arrived. Ready yourself for battle.
Oh, this is 180. The hell, Hardy? His body just fell. That shit looks funny.
Vigilantes never surrender. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? Those monsters will come. These enemies won't quit, but neither will you, it seems.
Damn it, it's two of them. 180.
Run while we still can.
Damn it. Yeah, we don't have this. If it was just a captain or two of them, it would be easier. But this dummy with the poison. This enraged stage is the worst thing you could ever done to this game.
These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than no. These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than no. These vigilantes, another less than no. Another less than no sacrifice. These vigilantes.
Golly, I didn't put this one out.
Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble
Wow, how did she even reach me?
sacrifice.
Fly, dude. Oh my gosh.
Noble sacrifice. Just as I expected. I can't rely on self-righteous vigilantes. I'll have to handle this myself.
Okay, we try that now. Try this. Thunder Torrent. Unless they're already playing. Oh, here we go.
Third and fifth, right? If we already know Equinox are eliminated in this group stage in Group A, but these teams right now, I mean, there's three teams just neck and neck fighting for that spot. And even if they were to lose, one of these teams were to lose today, there is still a chance that tomorrow SSG falter and get eliminated. So we'll kind of see what happens as things progress. But there is a I know huge spreadsheet the public is available, or it's available to the public to look at all these sort of odds, the chances for each team. But off the rip, portal play comes through from, like you mentioned, the Ultron comp coming through on the Mantis too.
Yeah, they are coming out the door on Strange, and they know it's coming. They heard it through the doors of the spawn, waiting for that portal to start to make sure no one gets kidnapped. I love to see that. Just big brain plays there. They instead elect to teleport to the high side. The battle begins as Kendrick takes that space, and immediately Jitward finds Cal. That's going to be one up now for Yeah We Lost. The rest comes in. Psych I Lied evened out. It's all about this early take on point. Zatex onto unknown. Cal able to trade that back on his Xantho, but Kendrick and Zatex say not up in here, and they take this point likely early here.
Yeah, man, I like that. They played quickly. They knew TSM were on that, cheese sort of Deadpool Stratus comp instead of Luna Snow because they're going to go for an early ult play. So they just want to outpace them, right? Go quickly, just try to get trades, get KOs before Brady can build ult, and we find those KOs and get the win. So nice job by Yeah We Lost to take advantage of their comp. And TSM, going for their sort of hit scan, counter dive comp versus Yeah We Lost, and see if it pans out with a 2-2-2 sort of style. Cal, nice hook to bring back Kendrick. Everybody still keep him alive, but still, that was a huge play by Cal on Bucky, who's been sort of next level on that hero.
Yeah, that was another thing we didn't really mention, is Cal on Bucky looked actually really good in the last matchup, too. And what do you know, coming out the door on that pick, and that will help peel that backline for some of the dive. Immediately has ult. That is insane timing. Jitward goes in, Mask going to match it with a Rage. Jitward finds two, and Mask takes out the third. There's going to be a two-piece commitment there. Gilbert launching the Sia in that as well. Does not get enough value, and it looks like Yeah We Lost are going to maintain this dominance that they showed on the last time these two teams met up.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, I would have actually liked if Cal committed to Mask there. He might have gotten the KO, and now they're getting staggered towards the very end, but he was in full peel brain, came back through, and now we have the coveted Yeah We Lost spawn camp. But You know, we got that res, the BRB again, getting max value every single time. TSM tries to come back through a good result, but it's fully disengaged by we lost as the rotate to the point. Agamotto, perfectly timed. That's everybody. Are you kidding me, Kendrick? With a damage boost, they get it done.
I love it. That was giant. And you talked about this spawn hold. This team just does it so well. Look at the percentage on the board while still having 3 ults. This is insane. TSM, once again, got to figure something out. Unknown, Cal, BTS could have some sort of combination here with the Strangling Prison, and they need to make it happen, and they need value now. Cal waiting on this Kraken impact. Out goes the Soul Resurgence. Cal gets res. Number still even. Forcing out Zaytek's ult. The touch is going to have to be there from Unknown. And yeah, I think that touch does come through. Spinning him around a little bit. Just going to set up a little home to hold off in as Jitward gets there.
I mean, yeah, does he even go for the Strangling Prison here? I mean, he's literally just going to wait for the team. Maybe try to get a portal play. Nope, just tries to hold on to the next map. At least procs the overtime. BTS does find Mask, though, so nice try to find that pick. Luca finds the trade, though. And Cal, I mean, it's just kind of messy at this point. Has to try to peel for himself, not even near his strats. 33 HP. Somehow is still alive. The target focus is not onto him, but still Gilbert falls to Luca on the point, running around on a hole.
Yeah, I mean, there's the switch from BTS to try to get the Strange. I just think that was some crazy lack of communication at the end there. The tricky part is Unknown got there for the touch, but obviously didn't launch ultimate. So what do? You just drop ult like that immediately to make the Strange switch and try to get a portal over there? It seemed like they just really didn't know what they wanted to do in that moment. BTS finally making the switch towards the end. Just a little bit of lack of communication, a little bit of nerves maybe, as their backs are absolutely against the wall. Look at this ult spread already here before we start map 2.
Yeah, a ton of them on the board. I mean, obviously, you know what we lost they're trying to do. They're trying to play it hard aggressive together as a cohesive unit. Probably got to focus on Mask a little bit more. Brady swaps over to the Invisible Woman to try to help peel off of the Deadpool. I mean, the strat Deadpool just kind of didn't really work, honestly, for those upcoming fights, and they're just not having enough peel for everybody here. You know, honestly, I wouldn't even be opposed to, like, just having Cal play the Bucky and maybe BTS going over to the, you know, I guess the Mantis can't be played, but, like, any sort of triple strat comp could be viable. But regardless, you know, TSM has to figure it out. This is the problem, is that against we lost, they like to make things confusing, play very fast paced, and TSM just haven't been able to adapt. We'll see if they can moving forward. They do have the Devil Dino sort of peel comp, but maybe it's just too straightforward, and we lost are reading it very well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you, buddy. I'm not really sure what the solution is right now. It seems like it's just kind of a lack of confidence. At least on that last map, it really did look like they were just kind of waiting for their fight, and instead of trying to make anything happen, they played on their heels, and nobody really got anything to work out. Here goes the next fight. Is Cal's able to find Jitward, some good combination there, and more commitment as Luca dives in on that backline, ulted up, gets eaten by the dinosaur, almost gets extinct. Instead is going to stay HP, drop back with the team. Yeah, we lost to holding on a point. Now the complete combination of with the rampage. Gilbert able to find Kendrick, and now TSM are angry for that point. It looks like they'll get it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is done by Cal, like you said. It was a huge ult by Brady to keep him alive, but Cal coming through with the damage onto Jitward was huge. And now moving forward, we lost. Obviously, just committed a ton of ults in that previous fight. TSM trying to play that full counter dive sort of style. BTS also going into that Punisher. Actually not doing a bad job with that shotgun, too. Everybody trying to focus on Jitward, get rid of him in that fight. Mask by the switches over to that White Fox to kind of help on these sort of dives, at least onto the front line too. And Kendrick goes immediately forward, aggressive already.
Yeah, I wouldn't really hate seeing that from TSM either. The Fox is available. We can see now Luca's able to find Cal. Gilbert gonna bring BTS back in, and Unknown able to take out Zaytek. Luca trades that back once again onto Brady, and it's just red and blue on this KO feed once again. No ult's going to be available besides Kendrick. We saw a huge eye last time. Will history repeat itself?
I mean, they literally just dive on through. Kendrick flies through the back line, just gets the KO with that damage boost from Mantis, and it's done. I mean, it just feels like Kendrick just flies in, and this was the thing we talked about last stage, and we heard in the interviews, once we get rid of Kendrick on Doctor Strange, it's a lot easier. They're going for stagger picks towards the main side, and no one's getting the heals. You know, heavy enforcement. Cal tries to bring it back, but he actually misses, doesn't get the reset. Actually, no, he does get onto 4, but everybody here is still healthy because of Zaytek's Soul Resurgence.
Oh, that's a huge eye once again. Kendrick able to find one. Mask trades the second onto BTS, who had ult right there, and instead has to switch because lost it from that chaos. Everybody gonna press Q. Xantho, Jitward, and Mask have ultimates out. Essentially kind of a double, but it doesn't matter if you're dominating like this. Kendrick and Zaytek drop 2 more. The res comes in, but that's just gonna be a little bit of a reset for the team, as they're going to want to wait to set up a 6 before they start another fight. Luca, Luca, Gilbert, and Guru will have ults in this fight. This is TSM's fight to lose.
Yeah, they're switching over to the Psylocke and the Wolverine. I feel like this is sort of, something we saw of other teams. I don't know if the Psylocke's definitely been totally viable, but we already committed a ton of ults, like you said, early. And Unknown does find Kendrick with the wall. Nice job by him. But Luca trades it. BTS goes down to that Hulk, who is just kind of throwing everybody around.
Yeah, using this ult to just engage heavy, and that's the best way to use Dino. Run right towards the backline with your speed boost. Use that shield to make sure they can't use cooldowns. Tries to off-map there. Knows the jump will be there. What a shield to stay healthy. And then go invisible. No, Brady falls. Jitward able to find 2. Come on the other side. Datex gets the 3rd. And throughout all of that, yeah, we lost. Are still on this point and up every single number. I don't even know how that's possible. Well, the backline was distracted, and they take this home. Wow. Yeah, we lost 2-0 real quick.
Yeah, that was an absolute dismantling. Jesus, I mean, TSM looking rough. Like, I feel like they had moments. They won the first few fights and off the Cal Bucky sort of plays. But honestly, it was just they just fell apart after that. They tried like panic ulting almost so many times. It's the tough map for TSM. So this is kind of looking like the TSM we saw previously. And, they really need to turn around the next map. They need to have a good map upcoming, as the second map will be picked. But before that, we have a short break, and we'll see you guys for map number 2.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top 2 kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he is shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord, now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common, like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like, the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not being treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like, White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA and Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 NA. We are still in the midst of our group stages currently. TSM is playing Yeah We Lost in Group A. They're tied 4th in the standings. And Yeah We Lost is taking this first map with ease. This is not at all the TSM we talked about in the pre-show. This is not the TSM that seemed to have figured it out and found their footing and found their stride. They once again look, well, they're the one looking lost, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution necessarily is. You know, I don't think Fox is bad into their comp. I think Fox is pretty good into snowbally stuff. I know that they can run the penny. You know, they had that for a moment in the past, pulled it away. Maybe lack of confidence or just not enough practice with that composition. But that stuff is in their bag. So I think that's something they could work on, or maybe they'll pull out in you know, in a different mode here that could help them find more success. Dog, I'm not sure if you have any other ideas. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on the White Fox stuff. I mean, taking a look at the MVP from that last map for Yeah We Lost, they just kind of, you know, played heavily through this front line. Just, it was kind of, like you said, just hard W key around Jitward. And he wasn't, you know, they weren't able to deal with him. Like sometimes Cal was. Like that was, they had some good plays playing around Cal. We've seen teams, I think, play like triple strategist sometimes to deal with it, and the White Fox being a prominent figure, like you said. Like White Fox has been so good. So many of these backlines have been really good. In general, strategists have just been constantly leveling up, and you know, it does feel like a little bit weird to not see TSM adapt towards that and try to deal with Jitward. We did see some nice plays out of Cal and Bucky, but it's like you said, they need to stop the steamroll that was Yeah We Lost, and that might start with you know, early banning that Mantis or something, because I mean, the Zatex I think was enabling the team pretty hardcore. And Kendrick too. Like I feel like Kendrick was just able to just walk into their back line and get KOs in front of the strategists. Like BTS was 8 and 9, Cal was 6 and 10. And I feel like he was in the middle of his team when they were dying sometimes. And that to me screams like we need either more healing or just to switch up the composition a little bit. I don't know if the Punisher is really the play, especially on domination.
Yeah, Ship, I mean, you mentioned that you would like to see the White Fox there. Is that something that Brady has in the pocket? Like, do we know if that's a hero that he's been playing?
Yeah, I actually don't know. But I'll tell you what, it seemed like, you know, kind of on the other side of that token, Gilbert Noodle's Loki was Thanos because they really had to remove it. It seemed like it was really good, and it is very strong into their comp. So maybe Dino isn't the answer, even though I do think Dino's really strong. And maybe instead we try to focus on protecting the Loki, which may be a crazy thing to say out loud. But you got to find a solution. You got to get out of the box here against this team. They're just walking through. Even there, when we saw those fights where Guru was on that back line, just completely distracting strategists, throwing them off the map, the entirety of the team was deleted on the off camera. So it's like we just got to find something to stall and sustain, and Loki maybe is that answer if they're not going to run Fox.
Yeah, see, I don't think that's actually crazy because really, if you're looking back at their victory from last week, like that was a huge part of it. Like them having the Loki Guru on that Loki was the switch that turned the tide for them.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of plays that can be made with Loki. Loki's healing output's just crazy in this current patch, but also like the rocket stuff. I mean, you talked about it. Like I think Shib mentioned how you know, rocket's really strong, but like once you find that BRB, it's just kind of not. It's just negated, right? Like it just felt like that was a Wicked Edition last week, like you said, Zoe. The Loki was really good, but so is Brady on the Luna Snow and stuff. But because Rocket's been so prominent in the meta, maybe they feel like they have to play Rocket Raccoon, and it just feels like versus we lost comp, it's not as strong, or at least they need to play maybe more triple strategist comp or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, piggybacking off that too, like Rocket used to be the answer for when you were being dove, because Rocket could survive for longer, as we see the next map, got to be a museum. Major shock there. But nowadays, Rocket though instead is kind of being run as like this anti-triple, like more traditional composition stuff, because you have better answers for dive. Like you can run that Fox in the back line. You know, it gives Luna another answer, you know, who can absolutely pressure through and deal a lot of damage. You got the Loki. So you instead run Rocket for more of the, hey, I want to deal with this triple comp. I want to run it with a duelist that has a strong ultimate and just delete them through their alts. So it's kind of been a shift in meta as a whole. But right now it seemed like they're trying to resort to old Rocket, where they're playing Rocket to just try to survive. That BRB is getting deleted because their whole team's snowballing. I'm just not sure it's the answer, buddy. I think you have a pretty good call out there.
Yeah, also apologies, I believe I said Guru instead of Gilbert in regards to that Loki. Either way, let's see if they pull it out here for map 2 as they're fighting to stay alive. It's first to 2, so everything's on the line in this very important matchup for TSM against we lost, guys. Take it away.
Alrighty, my friend, as we go in again, I mean, you and I, we like seeing games go the distance, and that was not an example of a game that looked like it would go the distance. I want TSM to bounce back here.
Yeah, that's the harshest she'll be, Shib. That's that Shib just absolutely dogpiling onto you with the nicest way possible. I think like it's tough because it's like you said with Rocket. Like Rocket's really good versus Devil Dino and stuff, and we lost their fine not playing it, right? Like we saw Devil Dino pop off last week, but this week teams are like, it's getting through sometimes in the ban phase and teams aren't even running it, right? Like it just feels like it can get countered maybe by a Rocket in the current patch or something.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday, but I don't even remember. I'm pretty sure it didn't work out for him when they didn't run the Dino. I mean, I think Dino's really strong, but I think Dino takes a lot of resources. And if you don't have the resources on your team, if you don't have the Flake or whatever, you instead kind of just play the I'm the giant distraction game, and you just always have to play your life. Bess had mentioned that in an interview, and I think that's a good call out. As we see the bans now, Star-Lord removed again. Think that's a good call. Kind of just spin to win over their team if they were snowballing, get alt really quickly and help push through them. And then the save of Mantis there for we lost once again.
Yeah, but you talked about, so Black Cat comes from the opposite side. You mentioned that museum, you know, it's like kind of a bad map to take we lost to. Unless they play, you know, the sort of way that we saw other teams do with the Penny Parker and stuff on the inside, for sure. You're right. TSM go for the throw it a little bit here by going for that Daredevil ban on their side. We lost go for that early Loki ban and then protect. Understanding they kind of want to play that. I wonder if that means TSM want to get rid of Rocket or something now that the Loki is protected.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't mind this from we lost. I don't think haven't seen a ton of Loki from them. Maybe I am misremembering the removal of Phoenix there. DD, I like that ban for TSM. I think that's a smart change. I think Jitward looked really strong in the hero and was dominating that last domination. But I think it's very different when you go to Convoy like this, and the structure of how you play as a team is just completely different. So, you know, again, this is going to come back from them scrimming together, getting information, seeing what works best. The save of Phoenix there, I think, is a big pick too. It changes things up, and she can peel pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting. You know, I thought, like, because of the last map, you know, we lost win for the Phoenix ban. This time around, it's a... Yes, dude, Penny Parker ban comes through. We lost, don't even want to deal with that. All right. Is that the first time we've seen Penny Parker banned in pro play? I think it is, right? It must be.
It might be. I'd have to go back and look at the stats, but this is the kind of stuff that's like, dude, this is somebody they struggle with. Yeah. I don't hate the ban, dude. I mean, I'm not sure they'd run it because I think it's kind of a weird conflict of the role swap, because I do think that Gilbert runs the Penny for the team and Gilbert's now bet on Strat. So it's kind of weird as a team being able to be that flexible. But you know what? I love it. I think it's not a bad idea. It was what they struggled with the last time they were on this map. Get rid of it and just feel like you're at home at the map that you typically choose.
Yeah. Now I'm not. Now, I'm not seen as crazy for last week saying it's Penny Poker meta, dude. It's here. It's here. Penny Poker meta. Hell yeah.
Oh, Penny main, stand up. Dog is just screaming your battle cry as we start up here on the attack. TSM going to be the first ones out there. Definitely building a more aggressive attacking comp. And this is a great group map.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I guess like the same thing with Devil Dino, the problem that he has, same thing with Emma, like in these anchor characters, is that it does feel like you kind of, at least in Marvel Rivals, you need to have like another Vanguard that's super mobile, right? Like otherwise you're a bit telegraphed and you get your cooldowns baited out. I don't know. Like, doesn't it feel to you, Shib, that like the Devil Dino Groot comp is like maybe not as strong as running a Venom instead of the Groot or something?
Yeah, I think that's probably more meta in the conversation right now. I totally get what you're saying, but if you plan on running front to back, typically something like this comp would look really good into another Dino comp where you can, wall off their Dino, and anytime he tries to get a grab combination, you throw your Ironwood to save him. So there is like solutions, but yeah, I'm with you. Into a team that's this mobile, you kind of want your Dino on the back line peeling while Groot takes the space, because you're really not going to be able to withstand all the chaos just trying to walk forward. Your backline's going to get deleted. So yeah, I'm with you. I think a Venom would take some of that focus away from your team and force them to look backwards a little bit.
Well, I like this time they have Brady as well and Luda. Cal, huge shot. This is the worry about the ban phase though too, is that you just gave TSM Phoenix, and for as much as everything else in the comp may not be that good, like TSM, if you give them Phoenix, like you're just gonna be in a struggle bus, especially if BTS picks up this also to a very high degree. Jitward on the Spider-Man, aka Mr. I'm Back Fast, is already here, back fast in the fight. Upcoming one, damage boost on Kendrick probably gonna come up in a moment. They want to go aggressive.
Dude, I mean, it's just team damage boost comp over here for We Lost. Damage boost on Mask. Damage boost here on Zatex. Here goes the Eye of Agamotto. Does this one land? It doesn't. Unknown able to find one. Kendrick goes down. And now make it a two-piece. All right, TSM finding their footing a little bit. Looks like they'll find their first sweep and turn this corner.
All right, in hindsight, yeah, this might be a really tough ban phase for We Lost. Jitward's going to go to the Star-Lord. And the focus from TSM onto making sure they can't play Daredevil, can't play Black Cat is panning out so far, because Jitward maybe has to play characters not as comfortable on. Portal comes through on the light side. And then also the fact that, yeah, again, we gave TSM Phoenix, we gave them Elsa. They're playing full sort of counter dive. And it's kind of working right now. We'll see if We Lost can finally find some stabilization with some Shroud of the Souls against TSM.
Yeah, Callie and BTS both being on hit scan brings us back a season here. Oh, it's a massive strangling prison. Can they clean it up? Oh, what a delete there as the damage boost was coming in from the dance floor. It would have been massive. Great focus there. Cal still able to find Mask, though. TSM up a number currently. There will be no BRB as Unknown's able to take out Zatex. The dive in. Goodbye, Luca, who's now going to be into Bruce form, and Guru finds this one. And wow, TSM, you might have been right, buddy. This is a big ban phase because they are walking through with a ton of time.
Yeah, I think it was it SSG last week, too? They just kept giving TSM Phoenix, and it was just like in hit scan characters, and you're like, okay, what are we doing? Because like TSM has shown that they can dominate through their hit scan players, and for We Lost, they haven't shown like a much deviation away from like this melee comp. So I think TSM's ban phase is looking very good compared to We Lost. Maybe not trying to really care about Kendrick on that Doctor Strange, because we can delete his shield instantly, kind of like you can with Devil Dino versus the hit scans of Cal and BTS.
Galactic Legend in the sky. Is that going to get value? Guru drops Kendrick. It's another one down as Jitward tries to find the first pick on the side of We Lost. No, does not. Going to drop back towards the team. And We Lost making a shift in composition. I didn't really love the full damage boost comp without a lot of range, especially on defense. They were running damage boost out the wazoo. They're going to get rid of that strat pool and instead elect to go just kind of back here to the Mantis over there with the Loki. I'm just going to run something more traditional on a 2-2-2. Not a ton of healing on this composition. Instead, still gonna have some of that damage boost, but TSM still moving forward here. About halfway to point two as Cal and BTS find another two-piece.
That's a huge eye, at least at the very least. Kendrick finds two, traded by Zatex too. Zatex now switching over to his, best hero basically on the Elsa, but he eventually gets rained down by, or Xanto gets rained down rather by BTS on the opposite side. And this is, I'm a little bit of surprise. So Jitward's
Dang,
going over to
he
the dual
got
pool.
deleted.
He's going to get staggered out. Zatex find another one on the delay. So at least they're finding these crazy stagger KOs.
They
but
took
they're
the
gonna have to keep
whole
running
from
away.
that corner and just
I'm just surprised Jitward doesn't have like
exploded.
a Wolverine in his back pocket or something, because I feel like that would be a good mix-up to play triple around if they want to. But I do like that Zatex at least going to go over to the Elsa. However, Elsa kind of struggles a little bit more so against the Groot too. So we'll see if this large shock is going to be big for either Zatex or BTS in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, and I don't really think that Elsa's combination is bad into dual pool. Dual pool's really annoying because it's hard to just track and throughout the chaos, but Elsa's E, you know, you kind of just connect and it allows you to get that free shot, so it's not horrendous. Out goes the Strangling Prison. BTS able to find Jitward, who's down now, as a couple levels in because the strat pool was out early on. So starting with a little bit of an advantage, BTS gonna find one with the Glark trucks. Is that gonna be value? Match right back with a Solar Surge instead. Gets exiled, and that gets turned right around as Zatex finds Guru. BTS falls to Kendrick. And wow, what a turnaround there from we lost on this defense.
This kind of goes into the boat as well, where like there's usually a lot of different solutions besides just one, right? Like I feel like maybe we can go Wolverine, sure, but also you could just keep doing Zatex pop off on Elsa, right? Like we saw in the previous patch TSM. Now their solution is to put Cal over to the Wolverine, keep BTS onto that Phoenix instead of the Elsa. So they've switched that around. They want to try to counter Kendrick a little bit more. We'll see if we lost are fine with this, because they have so much damage with that Mantis, that one-sided Mantis at the current moment.
It's good comms there, buddies. We see now Agamotto is available. Gonna drop here. Kendrick could be huge. It is. It's massive as they find two. BTS takes out Zatex. Numbers still up here for we lost. Wow, bedtime story. Kendrick and Jitward with another two, but bedtime story, I think, in that fight found three, maybe four. Jitward takes out BTS after the fact, and we lost. Have a
So
locked
he can get
in.
ulted.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they figured it
The
out.
dinosaur?
They recapped the cart too in a moment. But again, like, TSM trying to play around count, trying to play for that counter dive a little bit more so. You know, and to be honest, the rocket and stuff, it's nice and I like it, but like maybe we can go over to that White Fox that you talked about earlier. That character has been very good, and I think the rocket stuff has been good versus other characters. Brady, nice job to take down Jitward as a follow-up on his Devil Dino. But again, Kendrick's trading it. BTS goes down, the peel job just not really there. I would, again, love maybe an Invisible Woman instead of this rocket or something for TSM.
BRB gonna bring back one there. Unknown drops mask. Zatex onto Cal. Numbers even. Actually, Psycho Light. TSM gonna be slightly up. Kendrick in a dangerous spot here. Almost gets taken out. Does. Great patience there on the bite to wait till all cooldowns were committed. It's gonna be more up now as we lost her in a tough spot. Unknown available. Brady gonna start off with the dance floor. BTS, the combination is available should they need it with that damage boost on the Phoenix. I don't see anything happening yet. Guru instead gonna drop Luca. TSM are walking in OT.
I just love that Deadpool kind of running away to go open up the notebook. Portal play comes through from Kendrick. They hop out. Mantis ult to try to turn around. Groot ult in the middle of it. Actually finds through. Same thing with the follow-up on that Ensong Inferno. Finds two into the Groot ult.
Oh, that's a great tackle there to ensure that there can be no wall, no shield to stop the Strangling Prison. Ooh, not able to get value there. Cal tried. Instead, going to go backwards towards Luca, who's untouched right now. Now working his way towards the front line. Luca trades with one. Guru onto Mask. Numbers roughly even. It's anyone's fight. It's traded again. The rest comes through. Luca finds three as Brady goes down. BTS trying to find an off-angle pick. Luca very low. What an ultimate there to stay healthy. Still maintaining presence on point. OT ticks down, though. Can they get there? I'm not sure they can. They cannot. What a hold by we lost.
Jesus, that was messy as hell. And TSM get held at 129 meters, almost to that third phase. I mean, honestly, like a pretty valiant effort there by we lost, who just kind of sent bodies, man. This is like the old games where we're just like seeing zombie hordes running at TSM. But, you know, like you talked about, the Loki being really valuable, I think that's been huge. That one-sided Loki matchup has been nice. And again, I just feel like with the Rocket and stuff, Rocket's good, don't get me wrong, and I think Rocket is an incredibly strong hero at the current moment. But I don't know, like, it doesn't matter how strong Rocket is if you just kind of fall over, no? Like, for some reason, like, we're losing people. We're finding these opening picks. If we just had a little bit more sustain, if we could play around BTS or Cal, I think they'd be a better spot. But, like, they're just not doing what you talked about at the very beginning, maybe going that White Fox that we've seen out of other teams. Regardless, not a bad push out of TSM. Like, this is still winnable, even though, we lost. Did an excellent job rotating out people and playing around Zatex onto that Elsa.
Yeah, this is absolutely winnable. I'm with you there. I mean, right now we're not sure exactly what we lost coming out of the door with. You can see the float of the magic, the Moon Knight. I don't know. The Moon Knight might be something that they elect to run because it does very well into this comp that TSM's trying to defend with. I'm with you on the rocket comment. You know, I don't think into all this kind of movement, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have Fox, especially into something like Hulk, because you really can just duel there. And I think at that final fight, Luca got so much value with that Hulk, just extending, finding multiple picks, and then ulting at the last possible moment to just stay healthy and keep him off point. So really well done there. They needed to find a solution to get through that, because him going to that backline won them that fight off the rip. Here we go with the first fight of the attack of We Lost.
And they're running the magic stuff with the damage boost. Comes through. Kendrick, you know, actually was known for this back in MRC. Brady, nice freeze though, and we talked about how good he was in the previous week. Cal there with the follow-up. Excellent job by that Luna Snow player. Kark does get pushed over to this first corner though, so even though they lost the fight, they actually did a decent job in the macro to get that cart all the way near that corner.
Yeah, it was a good idea there from Kendrick. Good read, even better read, I would say, there from the side of Beretti on that freeze, just waiting for that portal. There's a brief moment where you do get essentially a free skill that you can land. That's why things like Emma are just so good there into Magic. You wait for that portal, and then there's a moment where she's unable to really react to you, so you can get a free tackle, try to find that KO, or use Yancey Street from Thing. That's why she has some hard counters. That being said, there's still some disgusting Magic players, much like Kendrick. Mask with ult available is going to release the Moon. Does it land? Tries to get backline. Mask looking for something. 40 HP in a dream. Instead, gets put to sleep. Kendrick on a BTS on the trade, but Cal got to find that with a two-piece.
Yeah, and we got to back out now. I mean, this is excellent peels by TSM, and they're keeping this bus towards this first corner. And again, like, it's tough because we're running that dual pool. You know, we're running Mask, I think, playing, you know, some of the carry characters in that Moon Knight and stuff. But he goes over to Captain America now, and they want to set up full dive, actually full triple, as they go over to the Ultron. But I actually still don't mind TSM's comp against this for We Lost. They're still playing heavily around Jitward. Whereas in the past, I think, like we said, we talk about how they play around Zatex on that Elsa, for example. I just wish those two would maybe be on the other different characters, or at least swap characters. But Kendrick has been a big carry so far in Doctor Strange, too, with the damage boost.
Yeah, now that you notice that We Lost is on triple, you want to have answers. I was going to say you want to use some of these ults to counter, and they are through the... Oh, my goodness, exactly what we're looking for there. Cal, Freddy, able to find two. Gilbert
nice.
on a Jit where Kendrick goes down. I was going to mention you want to... Oh, goodbye to Bruce, who's going back into Bruce form off the map. But you really want to use those ults like the Strangling Prison into the Soul Resurgence from Zatex, right? Because Mantis gets CC'd while ulting, unlike Luna, who can walk away. So when you see that Resurgence, you use that Groot, that Strangling Prison, to focus them down and burn through the strat ult. It's a good answer to triple, and so is Rocket, and they find that answer there, but it might have been a bit of an overcommitment.
Yeah, it might have been. But against We Lost, they like to come back in these fights no matter what. Kendrick gonna have a big Eye of Agamotto, surely, but Brady, I think he's been a big difference maker on this Luna Snow. Can they block off the heals after this Eye is set up by Kendrick?
A minute and 18 on as the next fight begins. Eye of Agamotto's been non-stop huge. Will it happen again? No, goodbye. That's gonna be the first pick from Guru.
He almost activated it. Oh, come on, man. Don't do this.
Gets kidnapped. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Gonna wall off to bide more time, but it's got to get this touch, man. This might go. Yeah, We Lost. Wait, what a dance there.
Jesus.
Back on the point. Can they maintain? No, Guru jumps off. Got to get back on point. False. And that will be point one from We Lost.
Oh my God, and the Grudel too at the very end from Unknown. He tried to keep it, you know, moving forward here at that point, but yeah, the portal block kind of came through. Made things a bit confusing for the side of TSM, who now get to the second phase for We Lost. And that was a little bit of a struggle bus, though, still, regardless, until they get that Ultron's Rage. That was a little bit of a struggle bus, though, still, regardless, until they get that Ultron's Rage. It feels like every time Mask has that ult, they're able to get the win. For TSM, though, you talk about it. I mean, they can win this upcoming fight with the See You Later. The Groot ult, I think, enabled it a lot. So they're going to rely heavily on BTS here with that Glartrox, as there's some early almost picks on the Brady set up for We Lost.
And keep your eyes out for the Glartrox, as you just discussed, the Sia. Now it's about answering from TSM, but instead they're being proactive. They're going to try to get ahead of it with the Sia now, where they find value through. Zatex should have ult here, electing to commit it. So it is going to be a potential answer, as they're looking for something. Brady able to find one there. Guru now heading towards that back line. It seems like everyone's just kind of separating and stalling for the moment, letting some of these ultimates run out, as Zatex no longer going to have that resurgence and instead is going to pay for it, as Bedtime Story finds that pick. TSM still holding on the first half here, but there's still 2 full minutes on the clock. Very defensible, but also very much a ton of time to have a huge ult advantage fight here for We Lost.
Yeah, this has been the strength for TSM, is playing around that see you later, but they need to win fights without it. Right, Cal last time in the Unsung Inferno got deleted. It was a very close one, too. I mean, that was excellent target focus by Yeah, We Lost. And again, they have the combo. Can they deal with it, right? Gonna be so much value in Kendrick's ult with the shield from the Hulk, and then the same thing with the Ultron's Rage. Maybe they can wait and buy time for Unknown to hit a big Trinity Prism.
The next fight begins. There's that Rage of Ultron, mentioning getting a ton of value. Doesn't look like it gets anything just there. Forces them backwards, burning a couple cooldowns, but nothing too major. In terms of the answering alt front, Cal going to be ready with the Phoenix. Kendrick looking for this eye, but a great mark there from Guru, who's going to commit heavy right now with the Rampage and just try to get this pick, knowing that Eye of Agamotto's on the table. 100 HP, make it 30. Goodbye. Guru finds Kendrick. Cal onto Zatex. Jitward goes down for BTS, and TSM are coming back to life, much like Frankenstein, but can they hold it here with a minute left?
Yeah, what a play by Guru. You talked about it, just absolutely stun locking him, body blocking him. Kendrick couldn't do much, but he still holds on to that ultimate. Upcoming fight, though, invisible boundary available for Xantho. Kendrick as well with the ult. Brady could maybe stuff this out with his ultimate as well, keep everybody healthy. They also have that see you later, which they win with over and over again. But can they keep this back line alive? Can Brady and Gilbert stay alive long enough to get that see you later out on the field?
There, ooh, I thought the eye was coming there, but it doesn't even need it. Goodbye to bedtime with a commitment. Zatex finds one. The res comes in for BTS. The team's got to play slow as out goes that invisible boundary. Bedtime finds Jitward to trade back at least one. Eye of Agamotto gets canceled. What a cancel there from Guru. Is it enough, though? The C is now out. Hiding behind the wall. Incredible position there from Gilbert Noodle. Out's the Glartrox, and that's going to take out Xantho. A backline pick. Even more here for TSM on this hold. Will they keep this up? It is a 2 now as the Rage gets committed. 4 seconds on the clock. Goodbye, Kendrick. TSM might have done it. Will the OT teleport get in here from Xantho? We'll find out in just a moment, but what a hold so far.
I mean, Guru just played excellent so far at the very end. Portal has to come now. There it is, but they're not jumping out in time, and TSM have done it. They hold in second phase versus Yeah, We Lost. We're going to a map number 3.
Really good marking there from Guru. I've got to say, you know that eye is on the table. And from that first fight that we saw as they pushed to point 2, committing ultimate to stop the Eye of Agamotto, and then just marking from then on with a huge cancel at the final fight. What a win here for TSM. We're bouncing back.
Yeah, and this kind of proves to me that we can't give these freaking hit scan teams these Elsas, these Phoenixes. We'll see what the changes are for Yeah, We Lost, as TSM just won that map, tied it up. Map number 3 will be chosen after this break.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point.
Yourself. There is no meta. The meta is whatever you want it to be.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who's ready to go hunt?
Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Dodge this, mate! Why can't a girl ever get a bloody day off? Stronger than ever! Cheers, mate! Whoever took me out, you just made my list. Dodge this, mate! Trap set!
Give me that.
Time to go nuts. Saved by the Bloodstone Gem once again. Shot to the soul!
A nice deep freeze.
Much better. Diablo's hungry! Ooh, hell, I could use that.
I suck. Us against the world.
Not while there are still monsters on the loose. Diablo's hungry!
Don't mess with the amazing
Yeah.
Much better. Saved by the Bloodstone Gem once again. Shoulder the soul! Got you good!
Us against the world.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Hell, I could use that. Thanks for the love, love. Got you good! Breathing gunshot!
Getting killed.
I am ready to put on a show.
My hunt's not over yet.
I like the cold.
You are nothing! Breathing gunshot! Got you good! Back from the grave, better than ever. Stronger than ever. Weakling! Never mess with a big shot to the soul!
Us against the world.
Got you good!
Friends, gather around.
Whoever took me out, you just made my list.
Gotcha.
Trap set! Now that's real power there. Got you good!
I didn't even get to use my ult.
Don't mess with the amazing
Dodge this, mate! Love that kick!
Hits the grand finale. Another epic victory.
this guy was literally insane last week on Luna Snow. I mean, we've seen Luna Snow players kind of carry games too. Like I think yesterday, to me, Valentina had one of the best, if not the best, Luna Snow performance on domination I've seen this season and really in the past too. Like Luna is a hard carry character if you're hitting your cooldowns, if you're doing everything. I think Guru played a really good map. That was an excellent team map, I think, for TSM on defense. But yeah, they're doing it through Bredion to the Luna Snow. That's why like the Loki stuff I get in the ban phase a little bit, but it's, you know, you got to focus probably either on, you know, making sure Bredy can't play Luna Snow. But to be honest, it's probably more so around like Cal and BTS being on hit scans and like Phoenix and Elsa. Like if we can get rid of Phoenix, probably I think, you know, I'm fine with dealing with Bucky, Elsa maybe, or something that they're going to play, because obviously they looked a little bit confused outside of that. But, you know, yeah, we lost, got to mix up the ban phase because we can't be giving them this backline. And for TSM, we have to focus on making sure that we can keep playing Luna Snow. I think that's going to be a priority for them moving forward.
Yes, we're looking at the numbers here. What is standing out to you, Ship?
A lot of things standing out to me. Kendrick obviously on the Strange was a problem, but I do think that Guru did a good job marking. You know, if I'm going to pick somebody, at least in the last fight, I think I shout out Guru just because you really shut down that Eye of Agamotto, which was a huge win condition there for the side of we lost. So huge marking going 30-4. But stat-wise, I mean, 14 finals, 18 for Cal and BTS. You talk about the hit scan warriors, and there they are.
Like that bedtime story, like he's sacrificial lamb there a little bit, but kind of goes with the territory. But yeah, Elsa, it's such a funny hero discussion here, since Elsa is obviously not a prio ban anymore now with everything else that is going on in the meta, but can still cause quite some issues and quite some trouble for the opposing team if there is the right Elsa on the mouse and keyboard here, Dogman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they figured out like they could do the damage boost stuff, but then that's reliant on like ultimate rotations for Mask and Zatex and stuff. And like you see, like Bredy and Gilbert popping off nearly 80k, 90k healing done just in those two. Like the healing output in this patch is a little insane for like the kind of characters that can do a ton of healing in Luna Snow, in Viz, in Rocket specifically. Like these characters do so much in terms of healing, and then the see you later with the overhealth too. There's just a lot of value in those characters. And then when we're off of the Daredevil, when we're off of the Black Cat, I think these are the characters that enable we lost to play fast and get those KOs and make sure you can't play Luna Snow. But obviously, when those characters are banned, the next best character is going to be that Elsa. But they're not like playing around it. They're playing more around Kendrick, more around Mask, and more around Jitward. Whereas I think at that point, I would like to see them maybe enable Zatex, who is popping off on his own Elsa, for example.
And now, we lost obviously has the map pick. Let's see where they taking us. Symbiotic Surface. Any initial thoughts on that pick for you, Shib?
Symbiotic Surface, it does have a lot of like high ground initiation flank potential for dive, so we might see some fun plays taking off angles, especially point one. I think a lot of teams, you know, initially are running front to back down that main center point, but that changes heavily as you move through up the ranks. If you see something on that main line like a Penny, just go up that right side, really good for dive. So we might see some unique strategy, some different plays from them, and I'm definitely looking forward to it and seeing how TSM can respond.
Score is 1-1 between TSM and we lost. The winning team will be moving up a little bit in the standing and potentially punching their tickets tomorrow for the playoff. Everything on the line, guys, please take it away.
All right, as we head in, my brother, to the final. Of course, it's a game 3, man. We were saying that we wanted to see a game 3, and we finally have it here. And what do you know? Goodbye, Gambit. Might as well, if you're a betting man, you know, you got to say Gambit off the rip every time.
Yeah, Gambit has been a disgusting character and is going to keep getting banned. But I thought this week, actually, out of every week, as the Mantis ban comes to the opposite side due to that early protect for we lost. But I don't mind it. Maybe stop playing the triple comp and play something else. But yeah, the Black Cat, I guess, to make sure they play around Jitward. That's been their kind of calling card. But that again is the worry part, is I think Black Cat and Daredevil comps can be shut down in this patch a little bit more so than in previous ones. So, you know, I'd be curious what TSM want to do. Obviously, they need to keep the Phoenix and stuff. If they can keep those characters, they'll be sitting pretty. But both bans are going to come through in a moment here. We'll see if we lost. Maybe you want to stick to that ban phase. But again, in this, like Zoe mentioned, there's like 256 different outcomes, or sorry, 264 different 256 outcomes that can happen in this group stage. So there's so many scenarios that we lost qualify, TSM qualify, even if things go right today for either side. But Phoenix ban comes through for we lost. That makes sense, right, Shib?
Yeah, I think like you called, just too strong of a hero to allow through a team that's great on hit scan, the best hit scan hero. So it makes a ton of sense to me. I think Star-Lord's in that conversation, although Star-Lord kind of melds into a bunch of different compositions, brawly stuff too, even dive stuff with that blaster barrage, and alting with Rocket, which is a good answer to triple, as there is that lock-in from Rocket. It found value last time when they wanted to run the triple. You mentioned, and you and I both said, I think Fox could also play into that role. Maybe they're not as comfortable on Fox right now. So instead, that answer is going to be Rocket for them. And if that's the solution they stick with, it worked for them, why not do it again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking this ban phase for We Lost so far. The Loki ban comes through at the very end. And it's because of, I guess, what you said with the Loki doing very well last week. I don't know. I mean, like, I would kind of prefer to I guess they're not even trying to go for peel comps. It all depends on what these two teams like actually do, because I feel like there's some slight changes rather, that both teams could make during the games. The ban phase does matter, don't get me wrong, but they're gonna keep the Jeff this time, Shiv. They're protecting Jeff because the first map they banned it, right?
Yeah, Jeff enables dive comps. You essentially, you and I have said on cast before, I think it's worth mentioning again, Jeff, what you want to do is you want to be behind the enemy and heal your team through them while dealing damage and healing at the same time, forcing eyes backwards, and it just allows your dive heroes to get in there in the mix while not being solely focused on. They get speed boost, they get constant healing, and strong damage from Jeff. Jeff really does just make those comps so much better. I think it was a great ban from TSM, but now it's an even better lock right now from We Lost. I think it's going to help their comp a ton, especially with Cat, man.
Yeah, for sure. And we have the Daredevil ban on TSM's side. So, I'm wondering what TSM want to do. But you know what? Honestly, in that very end of the ban phase, I feel like TSM reacted pretty well to what's happening. And then for We Lost, obviously they're going to play around the Black Cat for Jitward. We'll see how that kind of goes. But like, because Cal's been picking up a lot of the Daredevil too, right? Like, and I think Black Cat has been like Daredevil's been like a decent counter to Black Cat too, because you can kind of see where she moves after she goes invisible and stuff. But the big thing was the Phoenix getting banned, and we'll see if that kind of reacts and bites TSM in the butt. Regardless, big win for them last map ship to force this game number 3, which, as you guys talked about, I mean, this could potentially qualify TSM into that playoffs, which would be kind of a bit of a surprise, a bit of a turnaround these past couple weeks for TSM. And I guess you can never count out this team, right?
Buddy, but do you see what I'm seeing in the top left here? Gilbert Noodle is making the switch and is on that penny. We talked about Gilbert being able to make that play happen, and Unknown is going to be in the back line now on the Rocket. So this is very much one of those maps you can play well around Penny down the center. But folks, like I had just talked about early on, instead of fighting center, this team is going to probably elect to either, a portal play. Yep, it is going to be a portal play, I think. Or if not, head down that right side. So portal play is happening, but instead it's going to potentially try to kidnap. I'm not quite sure what Kendrick's thinking here.
I mean, Kendrick just looking around, trying to find where those mines are, probably, or just zone off the back line. There it is. There's the Penny Parker mines on the inside. Throwing it on the ground in a moment, surely, towards Gilbert Noodle, maybe find that kidnap or something.
Almost gets it. Gilbert's back was through the portal, but not enough. The trade is there, though, 1 for 1. Luca able to find Gilbert on a full commit after the portal goes through. Kendrick now going to go through the other side of the portal to meet the team there. Love that play. As you can see, the Fox being pulled out of here from We Lost, and this team already has a ton of aggression on point. Brady able to find Luca is a huge pick as Jitward tries to get to the back line. Zatex on to Brady to trade that back, and another pick as Xantho finds Cal, and Zatex again on to Guru. What a start here for We Lost, point 1.
I mean, both teams making adjustments. The problem is, I guess, with having Unknown on the Rocket Raccoon is, I think in the past we thought of Rocket Raccoon as being like a heal bot character, fully AFK in the brain and in the physical manifestation of it. I just like it's not this patch though, right? Like I feel like you could do a ton on this character, at least with positioning and damage output too. So I mean, a lot of Rocket players have improved, and I wonder if Unknown can get to that level. And I like the adjustment too out of We Lost, like you said, playing that Jeff. More importantly, to have Zatex back on the Elsa. So that might be the change up We Lost need, because at the current moment, that's going to be a really good mix-up for them.
As we start our second fight here, good comms there, my friend, as Zatex takes out Brady. Gilbert going to trade that once more back and forth, but Cal, who's back on that Bucky, takes out Mask, trying to slow this pace. That's another pick. I like this pick here for Cal. Oh my goodness, somebody stop him on Bucky now with what a shot there onto Kendrick on the Jeff. You talk about how that Jeff made it through the ban phase and enables the dive stuff. I think it is going to be a tough comp to hold against. It's going to be a lot of this kind of peel duty on Cal's back.
Yeah, they're going to keep doing this hard int around Jitward, right? That's kind of the play for them so far, as Jitward's all the way, by the way, back towards TSM spawn. to set up that dive. You can see Xantho's just like brain off going into the backline too, into that claw form, kind of trying to ignore Cal. They need to get those KOs in the middle of the fight, and that's the thing. Can you keep shutting them down early? Can BTS find these KOs? Same thing with Cal, without going down, because they kept losing their backline on the previous maps. We'll see if they can mix it up here. Brady is onto that White Fox to help peel, but they still lose Cal and BTS.
We see as Unknown brings back BTS. Gilbert gonna find Zatex off the back of an ultimate. That time comes in and immediately drops Jitward now on that double peel. Luca gonna find Brady. Sia gets committed, and now we're gonna see if there is a trade back. I mean, they were up numbers heavy, but Xantho gonna commit the Fox, so everybody pressing Q, even when numbers are down like this. Xantho trying to find frontline on a Gilbert Noodle who has literally 10% HP. What a bounce back though. Cal gonna find the reset, make it a two-piece. Do I see more Cal? I do. That's gonna be a quadra now from Cal, an absolute demon here with a Kraken impact.
And that the big changeup is, by the way, masked by the going to spawn again, so they keep leaving somebody back there. The big changeup is, like you said, Cal, huge ultimate there. But Brady going over to the White Fox. You have a strategist player that has hands now. You're not just falling over in the back line. Brady doing a good job, at least staggering out his life, living as long as possible, making it difficult. Because as long as Cal and at least people live long enough to find these trades, they should be in a decent spot as Mask sets up behind.
We're going to see the next fight set up here. Absolutely disgusting ultimate commitment there. BTS going to try to match it right back with the Glartrox. Is it enough here? There's going to be a couple answers. Mask going to launch. Jitward does the same. Kendrick goes under with the It's Jeff. Does it find enough? Trying to get to the sky. Jitward, Zatex, and Luca going to find a three-piece, and that's going to force the retake here. Portal likely going to be committed as we see Cal following, or going to probably be staggered. Gilbert gets the pick, but yeah, down goes Cal.
Ooh. Yeah, somebody towards the spawn. Yeah, again, going so deep. Zatex all the way towards the right side. Full int for Yeah, we lost. They just want to keep this aggression up for TSM, though. Unfortunately, could not get the value out of the White Fox ult. BTS goes over to the Psylocke now, of all things. Nice job to wall off Gilbert Noodle, who walked too far forward. He's going to get staggered by their team. BRB brings it back, though. Somebody has to touch last second with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, the portal's coming in with 1 meter. It makes it happen. Gilbert with the strangling prison. Are they going to find value? Down goes Xantho, a strategist. Is deleted for now. Still holding on to this point. Zatex trying to get a pick back, but instead they're going to be driven away. Notice the cart has been switched. They're feeling more confident, able to lead that for the moment. Luca tries to commit with a feast to stall for even longer, but instead they see ya as an answer and drive the entirety of Yeah, we lost back, who will not answer and instead kite, which I think is a smart decision.
Yeah, it is, but this is where, like, I kind of would want Yeah, we lost to put Jitward over to the Wolverine right now. I mean, there's nothing to help sort of peel it off. You can get grabs onto Guru, Gilbert, whoever. This time they want to set up the aggression for TSM. Cal does get poked out. They have to fall back yet again and help peel off of the dive from Yeah, we lost.
The next fight begins now. Luca drops Cal mid-ultimate. That is an absolutely insane pick. Jitward gonna find 2. Just so good on this hero. Guru trades with Zatex. Luca gonna find 2. That's just it. They're definitely getting .2 here and moving forward. What a fight from Yeah, we lost off the back of that decision to drop backwards. Unfortunate there from Unknown to be using that Sia. It was a good idea in the moment, but the whole team just had the wherewithal to just drop back, reset for a new fight, use every Q in the next, and win it.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, like, I get the Psylocke a little bit, but I wouldn't mind if BTS switches back over to the Elsa again. I mean, he was doing really good work on that character as they set up yet another dive. Just keep diving the back line for Yeah, we lost. They want to make sure that they get these KOs onto the strategist, start ignoring tanks, so that's why they're not doing the Wolverine strat that I mentioned. Their game plan is a completely different one that's working for them so far in this next phase.
And there is even more follow-up. Jit, we're going to use that portal to scare backline. Out goes the dance of the butterfly from BTS. I'm not sure that's going to get value. It doesn't. Xantho onto Unknown. The res comes through, but it doesn't matter as BTS now falls from Mask. Cal trades it with Kendrick. Gilbert goes down to Jitward, who's keeping this train rolling, trying to find another. As Brady goes down. Jitward gets 3 now. Oh, come on. These massive ultimates have just been so consistent from both sides.
When the card was towards the very end, BTS now makes the swap over to Elsa, but it might be too little too late. Zatex with the ultimate is available. Unknown has had big strength in prisons, though, but they have to touch with a very slow comp. Oh my god, the Glartrox gets full tanks. Towards the front line, they go down. Bedtime Story and Guru out of the fight.
Yeah, that is a full push there. That .3 was so in the palms of Yeah, we lost. Didn't even look like TSM knew what to do to answer it. Just off the back of a very strong .2 hold. It just kind of crumbled. Yeah, we lost. Are not nervous now. The question is, will this go to OT? Can TSM bounce back?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they were doing fine. Like, in the second phase, they were doing okay. I get the Psylocke's going to be probably maybe a little bit better than the Elsa there in that second phase, but especially in third with how much space you have, I mean, he could pop off. I think also Jitward was doing a good job sort of playing it slower, living in that third phase. He was popping off. So, like I said, there's always multiple solutions to the problems in Marvel Rivals Esports, and Jitward, you know, just sticking on that character, sticking to the game plan was enabling his team. And now, you know, we're switching sides, and TSM, we'll see if they can play again around their hit-scan players with Cal once more unknown, making that switch back over to the Groot instead of the other Vanguards on his team.
Yeah, it's a little tricky, man. I mean, it seems like this team, you know, it's tough, right? Because they do play so many different roles and they're still in the process of switching roles up. You can just see the kind of mismatch. And when you full role swap like that, it's very difficult to coordinate it well with your team while still keeping alts. You know, you're just your alt advantage wherever you're at in the moment. So not only, you know, are you trying to switch off, you know, Vanguard and go strategist, but then it's like, all right, are you KO'd? Are you even able to go strategist? So we have two on the field at the same time. And that conversation makes things a little bit more dicey, but we'll see what TSM is able to do. As right now, Unknown is on the Thing and is going to try to be on peel duty while Guru is on that dinosaur.
I mean, Black Cat can be pretty hard to peel for. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Cal was showing the Daredevil before and stuff, and I think that would be a decent solution to find Jitward out of these escapes. But yeah, we lost again, setting up for very early dive. They've done this before. This time Xantho goes down early. Excellent job by Cal to find that pick.
We're gonna look now as Jitward applies more pressure, and that is gonna be the first pick onto Gilbert Noodle. He's back at the spawn door. Unknown in BTS. Trade it though, a 2-for-1. There's no BRB either. And Cal's able to find Zatex. They are heavily up in numbers as they start sprinting forward. Potentially a portal play coming out here from Yeah We Lost. I'm not sure if they think they need it. At least at the moment, they do not. So this would be at least a couple ticks here on point for the side of TSM. Will they convert?
I mean, Xantho's going to have to portal to somebody farther away. Gets grabbed by Cal, who went to the high ground. Nice work by Cal. Mask also pops the ultimate and goes down, so they're getting staggered now. However, we're not even getting ticks on the board. We're going for KOs here. Need to try to win the fight, but at least get some presence towards the point. So they're split again. TSM made this mistake on the domination round. We'll see if they mix it up, though. They have 4 on the point to help secure it, and Jitward goes down.
Yeah, I actually didn't mind the idea there from Yeah We Lost in the retake, immediately going after strats and then taking point. But the problem is when you go to the point, you see a dinosaur in the Thing, you're like, oh, wait a minute, this might be tough, especially when you're full dive and Cal on Bucky. So they were able to hold on there. 5 minutes on the clock. What an attack start for TSM. But this is that defensible position that teams tend to find at least a few minutes on.
Yeah, with this extra peel, it might be a little bit easier. Like you mentioned, the Thing coming out. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to deal with the We Lost comp, and this is the one they're going to kind of stick with. And Xantho needs to kind of just like live in the middle of these fights. Cal's been doing a good job, excellent job shutting it down. The White Fox trying to come in for the heals, the passive around the team that they go for the dive, but Luca goes down in the middle of it. Nice job by Cal, and the anti came through from them as well.
Yeah, I mean, this weapon here from Bug, it just shoots nukes. Oh, there's the combination. Glartrox goes out. Brady able to find Jitward. And now Cal gonna heavy commit. Both dual alts have been launched. Cal trying to get a reset. Not sure that's gonna work out, but they will get a ton of space here. A lot of commitment, though, on that dive. They use Cal, Gilbert, and BTS. The next answer is gonna be Guru and Unknown. Brady gonna be close to ultimate as well.
That's a ton of commitment, yeah. And then the staggers potentially might come out on the Yeah We Lost. They're doing a good job leaving for now, but TSM's peel, yeah, they definitely need it. But their peel has been so good. Nice job to get that Van Hammer onto the Bucky, but Luca needs not go down. Use the ult to split.
Oh man,
yeah,
almost
that Van Hammer's tough. I mean, using some of that overhealth to stay healthy for the moment, but yeah, it's going to be a full team sweep there off the back of only a few. Luca and Mask going to commit ultimates there in that fight. Vanpool maybe took a little bit of a hit in just the damage department, but still very much viable, especially with dive commitment teams like this, because in the end of the day, your job is just to stay healthy. He has so much movement, a lot of self-healing. So a really strong hero for a comp like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really good for them. Yeah, we lost go for that full dive with Glartrox. Does get the dance floor forced out, but is everybody there inside the dance floor to keep them alive? They are.
Xantho going to start out with a coming home unleashed. Kendrick ready for the It's Jeff. It's under Jitward. Full commitment. Yeah, we lost using everything here. They're going to need to get value. What a freeze to slow that up. Ready. Doing that consistently. Cal goes down, though, to Mask. Jitward comes right out with a vengeance. Finds a 2-piece. Looking for more. Make it 3. Do I see 4? Not quite yet. Oh, goodbye, Guru. It actually might have spoke too soon. Goodbye as the Quadra comes out from Jitward.
And this is the tough part. TSM need to find these KOs in the middle of the fight. So at least, you know, we did get all the strat ults out from Yeah We Lost. We do also have the Thing ultimate as well as the Glartrox. Those have been big before. But again, they need to find these KOs. It's on Cal and it's on BTS. Everybody needs to kind of help peel for them a little bit more so too. I wouldn't be surprised if they could try to go to white box later on. BTS gets dove upon, but the peel job is there from the thing.
Yeah, no one able to take out Jitward early is a huge start here. TSM needs to keep that momentum. We saw it on point 1. Will it happen once more? Yeah, you see the ultimate is available. The stun could be massive, protecting that back line, but they are already being fully dove on. Look how many red enemies, but Cal and Unknown are able to find 2. Gilbert gonna bring back Brady. Nobody has fallen from that full commitment, and the point is moving. 2 minutes still on the clock as they head to the final turn.
Bray's been huge. That last fight got the freeze into Luca. He could do it again too, could shut down the Feast of the Abyss. They have ultimates available too with 2 minutes left to go. Lartrox from BTS could also be big, but I think it's on this Luna Snow player and Brady. Backline to keep them alive from Luca's dives.
BTS does have Lartrox available. The Feast of the Abyss goes under. Lands on a few. Nobody drops just yet as Zatex gets the first pick. There is that commitment now. Will it land? It looks like it does not find enough value. Luca drops bedtime after the commitment. Zatex now has alt mask onto Guru. Jitward onto Unknown. Everybody getting a piece of the pie here for Yeah We Lost, who come back with a vengeance after losing, and that just keeps being their story.
Yeah, and the story now is Gilbert getting staggered out. They know he has ultimate, but they wait till last second to KO him, and they might actually even go for more here, understanding how fast this team is. TSM should be able to read it, but BTS gets staggered. Oh no, Zatex, he's coming online. He's been popping off since the last round, and it's still gonna go continue towards the spawn. Yeah, we lost. Again, go for that spawn camp play because TSM, they walked a little bit too far forward. 1 minute left to go. They do have to see you later, at least in this upcoming fight, but it could get deleted again. And Brady, again, needs to go kind of big to peel off for Cal in this back line. And again, for Yeah We Lost, who Zatex has been disgusting on Elsa so far.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. TSM needs to make something happen here now. They want to make this a game. The Glartrox goes out, and yes, Zatex does find 1. Goodbye, Unknown. Guru gonna fully commit, but immediately, almost gets eaten. What an answer. What a juke that right there from Guru. Cal gonna trade it back. Numbers are even. Kendrick does not find much value. There is the Kamiho unleashed, and Yeah We Lost are heavily committing in this fight. A portal play could get past them if they can sneak it. Will they be able to get the next pick? Brady finds 1 onto Kendrick, armed and dangerous as the Kraken impact comes through. Luca onto Gilbert. Goodbye to a strategist. Cal onto Zatex. Brady forced to commit ultimate. They need to get to this point. 10 seconds on. They will get this touch. But wow, it's been back and forth. Yeah, we lost his ult advantage, though. It's their fight to lose.
Yeah, these fights are crazy, man. I mean, yeah, we lost. 2 seconds left to go. They could get it done here. Mass popped the ultimate earlier into Brady. He's got that damage constantly happening underneath the pocket from TSM.
Cal drops Kendrick, but Luca deletes Brady. Zatex on Unknown. Xantho into Guru. Goodbye to everyone. OT ticks down here. I'm not sure the portal can get there. They have been deleted. Yeah, we lost. Looking to shut this down, and they do.
Oh my God, yeah, we lost. Have done it. They've beaten TSM, who looked a lot better on the last map, but on this one, yeah, we lost. Go for the tried and true Phoenix ban, and it enables them towards the very end. 2-1 finish for Yeah We Lost. And I mean, if we look at the stats too, I mean, that doesn't fully eliminate TSM just yet because of SSG in their match tomorrow. But I don't know. That was a phenomenal match. Yeah We Lost have done it again. They win this match today as we bring in Zoe yet again to discuss that match.
Yeah. So let me try. A full torrent build. On 180.
wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Stay alert. This fight isn't over yet. A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. Those monsters look hungry. Time to see if you're the hero you say.
Lightning can fight.
Oh, damn, I forgot. Oh, no, I do have it.
My power grows. Curse thee, vile creature! Lightning can fight.
Congratulations on surviving another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster?
Curse thee, vile creature!
That money.
My power grows.
Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? Vacation's over. Back to work. Or you still got some
Oh, damn. Trap hander.
Enjoy the peace. It won't last for long. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. Vacation.
Leave now, before I devour you.
See now, that's not a bit. Yeah, we are cooked. Yeah, straight cook.
While you still can.
Just as I expected. I can't rely on self-righteous vigilantes. I'll have to handle this myself.
Like they haven't gotten enough props. I think.
Wait, what's the shooting? Pure Stone Search build. Let's try that one. After this quick match.
A top character you've talked about being, I think, the highest win rate, including your matchups so far. Even
with
past,
DD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into it,
I think
man.
it's. Yeah, I'm ready, buddy, to dive in. Oh, because now we're heading back to the ban phase. Psych, we lied, as we can look a little bit more at this, a little slower here for this moment. So let me pull this up as we see the removal of Gambit, the save-in of the cat, which is no surprise. And then, yeah, you kind of mentioned the rocket side, but that's actually going to TLC.
It happens to online stuff, you know, we're delayed a little bit. So Daredevil,
no big deal.
Opposite side against the Black Cat. I like that. See, that's the matchup I kind of wanted for TSM. The Black Cat's very good, don't get me wrong, but like Daredevil, you know, the fact that you can kind of read these flank maneuvers, read these like the positionings, the post movement by a Black Kitty Cat, and there we go. There's the ban that we talked about. Zoe mentioned it at the very top of the show about White Fox potentially being banned. There it is, Shib. The White Fox banned towards the very end instead of something like the Luna Snow to go alongside Rocket Raccoon, because that character's been so good. It makes sense to me. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it, but you know, if you're leaving, it's the struggle, because typically if you've got a cat player, you're talking about Fox. So yeah, Fox is great in this meta. I think that's a great idea to get rid of, especially if you want to go divey style. And I know Stick Drift's not afraid of that, but I was going to mention the fact that Cat's banned, and then you also leave DD. I mean, both of which are like up in the 50%-ish range in the matchup. Even they're both incredibly strong. I struggle to really think, like, do you need to ban If you're going to ban it, or do you just ban both? Because Speedery now has DD, which he's been, successful with. You can mark some of that stuff from Redis with the dive on the invis. I just don't know if I love it. It makes sense because they're so strong, but both of which just have such an even win rate right now. It's like if you're going to get rid of one, you like have to get rid of both.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of with you in that boat. Like, it's worth kind of going for that ban phase like TLC did, where it's like that full strat line. But they're able to play that Phoenix that is still available. However, we talked about how Elsa can just like live a little bit easier in these sort of comps. We've seen the Mantis be a priority in the ban phases so far, so it's kind of an interesting one. Like, I think White Fox's prevalence in the meta has been kind of due to the fact that she can play in most different compositions. Yeah. It feels like she just kind of is the most flexible out of all of them. But if TLC, for example, can keep that Luna Snow matchup and keep Cooper healthy against Stick Drift, I'm curious how this goes. It's that Daredevil versus the Black Cat matchup, and I think between the two, I would favor the Daredevil in that specific 1v1, but also if we see energy on that Psylocke, I don't know. I've not been a big fan of Psylocke so far throughout, but maybe they have a specific plan for it alongside Polly on Captain America.
Energy really can play everything. I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like now. So you got the little side-by-side action here. Tones on the cap as we start up this next fight. Vess has just been known as one of those nasty dinos, getting value all the time. Discuss what it's like when you don't have a heavy pocket comp, just kind of playing your life 24/7. And that's going to be the case here, as Vess is playing slow, while the whole team sets up for the dive all over on the height.
Yeah, the difficulty is the Daredevil team will always be able to sort of set up these dives through wall hacks and stuff, but if we're together as a cohesive unit, we should be okay. Green's used. Logan also got a fast ultimate build, by the way, who was on that Deadpool. Gets the jackpot, too, so they're able to get that extra damage output down there. Doomed with another one. And just through some sheer, nice slow play, TLC not taking enough forward aggression, especially against the Loki, slowing it down. You talked about that earlier. Huge value out of the Loki so far from Silent Blaze.
Yeah, it's going to be tough playing Psy into Loki. You have an answer to the ult, off cooldown, which is the value of crystals in this meta. Tone's able to find energy there again, and Stick Drift looking good off the rip here, even through that amazing setup we saw from Team Liquid Citadel. They're all over the place. Played slow, calm, and steady, and shut it down with that Loki Mantis backline. See the beginning now as Vess tries to take this space and walk forward. Gonna apply bleed, get some of that overhealth moving. Speedery gonna try to find some dive potentials. The team once again is set up for the next fight.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, he's trying to bark Redis, but as long as Redis starts to play slow a little bit as well, if I'm the BRB, no way does it get moved by Nero. Oh no, it got broken, I think. So excellent job by Redis to find the BRB. Now Speedery comes back to take care of him, though. Just read him the whole time, staring at him. Excellent job by Speedery on that read.
Yeah, this retake is quick, but 50% is not bad. Crystals get, pulled out here. There's a commitment now going in heavy. Not going to matter. Speedery takes out Doom. Energy going to find Silent Blaze, and it looks like they will have this point, but the stall. Tone's doing a great job. Try to get this up into the 60% range and does just that on the retake. It's not the 70 that makes it a guaranteed one fight with a portal play type situation, but 61 is nothing to joke about. Well done, Stick Drift.
I mean, that was a nice read, I think, by TLC, like the Speed Elise 2. Like, we talk about the Daredevil. We talk about matchups, too. Like, heroes can play so differently in specific compositions. And you can see it's just such a huge sleep, by the way, into Polly. At least forces him to fall back towards that point. But regardless, you see, like, most of the time you're playing a melee character, you want to set up those dives, play super aggressive, fly over the place. But in this comp, you need to slow it down because both teams, are going to play slow, and you have to read those flanks because if you get caught out, you can cost your team the team fight.
You see how fast that Sia got burned right there. Goodbye to the Sia from Nero with some pretty good positioning. Silent gonna copy up. Iffy gonna start with the rage, but wow, Energy finds Doom through the chaos. Still up in numbers right now as the dance floor comes out from Cooper. W, patience, way to hold on there to wait until the fight was most dire. Now everybody's still healthy. Energy trying to track through invisibility and almost does that with the right click now as they start up with a freedom charge from Polly, who has been absolutely disgusting on Cap.
Yeah, they also, getting value immediately off map with that Lartrox. We're trying to come back into it, though, with Redis' ult. Finds one with Iffy onto Vest. Cooper as well traded out. And nice job sort of yo-yoing back in. That's what we talk about Stick Drift being still one of the best teams, and there's a reason why they're trying to fight for this first place spot is because of things like this. They're finding those stagger KOs, and we're able to come back into the fight off of a nice ultimate from Doom towards the very end. So Stick Drift, and at a good time, too, get 62% on the board. TLC only at 72%. Upcoming fight, though, Speedily does have the ult available. Stick Drift do have Logan and that Deadpool ult, but last time this happened, even mid-fight, TLC were able to find those KOs. It's kind of on Energy to slow it down, and Redis, too. Redis needs to be able to play slow, not get picked off by Speedily, who surely is going to try to read him, or go aggressive, try to find this backline, force screens out early by Silent Plays.
Yeah, well, I don't think Streppool's great into something like Star-Lord with the commitment. It's great against something like DD with more sustain. You just want to group up, and everybody should get that overhealth to keep them up and healthy. Speedery forced to drop back after the answer was there. 94% here for Stick Drift, and they are looking like they're in a pretty decent spot here. Great crystals forced out, though, from Speedery, who's dropping away, trying to escape in the moment. But to dance through that, Dosey-Does through the back line, as we still see nobody is off the battlefield just yet. Reedus looking for the flank angle onto Cooper. Gashes through, goes to that pack, and sees the BRB, which is going to take Polly back into the fight. Tones is down. Energy finds one. Numbers up now for Team Liquid Citadel. Stick Drift probably not going to commit too much else to try to get those ults ready for the next fight. Sia goes out from Nero. They want to ensure they win this. Vest finds one. Cooper, Polly able to find the next two, and they'll take this back. But 99% Stick Drift have them right where they want them. Can they close this out?
I mean, this is a sick game, man. It's just like the rotations, the not
Beautiful.
going down, not getting KO'd exactly. It's just kind of artwork at the current moment. 82% of the board, though. TLC do have energy in that ult, and he's been big every single time. Stick Drift, they need to find something to Reedus. Maybe kind of potential fast play by TLC.
Tone's going to walk him forward here with the Freedom Charge. Just going to group up as a unit. Alt Charge is going to be refreshed. 20% boost to that back line. Vest with the Rampage. Doesn't seem like it gets too much value. And there's Logan now committing. Silent Blaze has copy up. Is going to copy early and prep it. Once Logan goes down, Tone's able to drop Cooper. That's going to be a nice start here. Reedus takes out Nero. Both strats are down. Can they keep this going? Energy finds two, though. Tones drops energy through the chaos. Speedery finds one. Are they going to be able to do this without strategists now? As Cooper did have ult available. Vest finds one. Speedery again. What is happening? What a fight here from Team Liquid Citadel. Even being down strats off the rip will take this map.
Oh my God. What a game. What a series so far. This is surely going to be if TLC are going to play like that. Same thing with Stick Drift. And you talked about energy. The also plays, I think he got the off map again, somehow crossed the entire map. Nobody KOing that Glartrox. Got the Doomed and I believe there's a Loki off map in Silent Blaze. So yeah, with that, the Deadpool left alone to his own devices. And they did find Nero and Cooper. Like, the job was done by the front line. They didn't get enough of them, though. They didn't KO enough of the back line. You can talk about Phoenix, Elsa now being one of the best characters in the game. You can see exactly why. They did it without their back line. They find those KOs, and yeah, huge plays by really energy there, and Paulie switching to that Venom, too. So this is going to be a good one. Close one there at the very end. Reedus not finding enough, sadly, for Stick Drift, but still a very competitive round number one, and we head to that next round where TLC could close out on this map number one, or the comeback could start here for Stick Drift.
Great calls there, buddy, as we go into map 2 here on Dom. That was an absolutely banger back and forth. I mean, like you said, it's like artwork watching these teams at the top level. Again, folks, make sure you check out the esports tab. You can go in and just watch perspective on any of these players. If you want to get better at these heroes, I highly suggest checking them out. See their play style, what they do, when they commit. It's going to help you a ton. As we see Paulie setting up for this next fight. Talk about diving, but you don't see dive without setup on both sides. This is beautiful vision here on Speedery and Paulie, as they will likely engage together. Heading right to the back line now. There's that commitment. Are they able to find anything? And shout out production for that view.
I'm just curious, like, whose back line is going to be a little bit safer? Looks like TLC is sitting nice and pretty. We do use the Deadpool on Logan's side to try to find some KOs maybe on the front line, but they're all still healthy. Speed goes far for the flank towards the back line, throws his ultimate out, but it's met by the Mantis with the damage boost. Potentially can find the KOs in it, but nothing just yet. Slowed down by Sleep. Nice job from the Mantis.
Yeah, Doomed is going to find Speedery there. Reedus committing now with ult. We see the calling cards come out. They're able to find more. Reedus tries. There's the reset. Iffy is going to find Vest with a cleanup. There's a commitment on the backline on the Nero. Trying to dance, but does pay for it. Tone's going to be there too. Reedus once more. Iffy finds Paulie. And now Stick Drift are going to get this point again early on. Last time took it to 60%. Can they do it again?
Yeah, I think this is a round specifically where I actually like Stick Drift's comp. We saw yesterday. Oh, by the way, Reedus is super far in there, but we saw yesterday, I think, like these Rocket, Luna backlines and stuff, not be able to play super safe, I guess, initially. Same thing with these Devil Dinos. I think there's going to be a lot of poke damage coming through into the front line. Obviously, Stick Drift don't have a lot of that, you know, headshot potential, but with the Mantis, you do. And Reedus always going to be able to set up for it. Nice job by Speed to force him off the flank, though. Regardless, Ultimate's still in charge of Stick Drift. But again, energy's been big with this Glartrox every single fight so far.
Sees the Sia gets committed from Nero. There's the combination from Polly. The feast with the damage boost. It doesn't seem like it lands, at least not enough, as it's answered back by Tones with the freedom charge. Everybody pressing Q now as both dinos are going to rampage. No one is finding a full pick yet, though. Now Silent copies up. Redis gets the first pick onto Energy, and Stick Drift Gaming are still on this point up in numbers.
Well, that was a good read by Iffy. We saw it on the side. He actually canceled Energy's ult. We talked about how Energy's had a big Lurk every time. Iffy eats him for a second, cancels the ultimate, and cancels that entire fight for TLC. They swap it up now. Switching over to the Invisible Woman. I think we've seen that before, too, to counter these sort of dive comps. I like this out of Nero so far, even though Lose Snow is incredibly strong. Same thing with Rocket. I like the deviation, the variance. Now give Speedily the Ultra on the sky, help peel for him, too, in this 3 Stratus comp that's been so strong on domination.
Yeah, forcing them to switch comp up is just more testament to Stick Drift being an incredibly strong team. I'd love to see their growth as Energy gets the first pick there onto Tones. It's going to try to get them back on point. 90% almost. Crystals get popped here. Great patience again by Silent. Always just waiting until things are most dire. Unfortunately, they're down a number now. I do see some more commitment as the Soul Resurgence is there from Doomed. Stick Drift Logan now going to launch with ult, trying to give everyone that over help. Portal play might need to happen for the first pick onto Team Liquid Citadel. Down goes Nero. Redis doing an incredible job on that backline. Rage of Ultron comes out from Speedery. Is that going to net some value? Not quite yet, as Tones is just dancing with that shield and looking for more.
I mean, this is going to be one of the best Black Cat teams in the game right now. Pauly trades it back, though. I mean, nice job to find Doomed. Mantis ultimate committed by Cooper. That's the only ult in the game as well. Surely Stick Drift won't have the HP pool to deal with it. But this mix-up, I think, by TLC is nice as everybody gets left underneath that right side due to the map change. But again, a huge comeback now potential for TLC. They're on the Ultron comp for the defensive side. Stick Drift do have ultimates. They set up Redis very well, but I think this comp is a little bit better due to the fact that even if you're running Luna Snow, the Rocket Raccoon, you can be victims on this map specifically. It's harder to kind of find a spot to sort of peel around like we can in other rounds. So I like how TLC is playing this regardless. I mean, you're going to have to get some crazy plays out of S and Pauly, maybe some ultimate cancels or at least slowing down Redis because he's going to go off in just a moment here. We need to peel for Nero, who's going to have ultimate in just a moment.
Yeah, those are great calls. I couldn't agree more. You have to make sure that ult gets committed here from Nero. 90% Redis is ult. We've seen value non-stop here. Look at the setup. Ready to dive onto that backline, force some stuff out. Logan has that answer, and there it is as Logan starts up now with the strap pull. Going in as Pauly tries to dance, but paid out some cooldowns. There's those crystals. Redis, though, is able to find Nero and then launch ult. Goodbye to Cooper, and can they do this? Energy gonna find one, but Redis gets another. They're up 2 numbers now, make it 3. Redis finds Speedery. Pauly on his Silent Blaze. Redis once again. Somebody stop him as they're cleaning the whole team. He's just built different now on the cat, and that's gonna be a penta here for Redis, turning this at 99.
Portal play coming out from Cooper. Nero has ultimate at the very least. Do they want to commit it? They do so. Can they get the KOs through it, though? It looks like the answer is no at the current moment. Everybody's slowed, given that invisible boundary as well. Energy has the ult up in a second. Could go big, but the portal's about to go away in a moment.
We're gonna go now. Speedery gonna pay for it as Doom gets one. Tones on to Nero. It is at 99 as they're controlling this point, and numbers are falling. This is Stick Drift's to lose as they are gonna use some ultimate commitment. Silent copies up Tones, and Redis clean up the rest. That is gonna be a map to Stick Drift, and I love to see that as we head to map 3.
Wow. I mean, what a game out of there from Stick Drift on Black Cat. Now, I think once we go to Super Soldier Factory, this might change again because Team Liquid Citadel, I think they could play that Luna Snow comp again, the Rocket, because we can sort of bunker up in the main side a little bit more, kind of deal with Redis. So I would like that switch back potentially here for them. And the fact that they use a few ultimates as well, but I don't know if they're going to. I mean, I know the Ultron stuff can be good here on this round. Same thing with Energy, can get off maps. But that was not obviously as big of a round for Energy in that one. This team's coordination on these comp dives from the Black Cat has been super clean. You can see exactly why we heard in the offseason Iffy and Tones wanting to stick together. I mean, you can see Iffy's popping the hell off. I mean, his Devil Dino play, maybe not getting as much damage or damage blocked, I guess, as Vess, but he's finding the right grabs, the right times. He was my MVP in the last round because he canceled Energy's ult. Upcoming map might still be in the same situation regardless.
Yeah, a lot of Dino's value is just in the raw damage, right? In the distraction. Now, you don't get a ton of finals with Dino, you know, a lot of bleed applied, a lot of just damage over time. And, you know, like you're saying, canceling ults, using that shield at the right time to shut down some damage. It's super valuable. Obviously, the tackle, being able to find someone, pull him towards a team, allowing them to get the final. He's just got so much value in his kit baked in. But yeah, that was really clean play there from Stick Drift. Redis is looking dominant on the cat, but ultimate advantage going to be in favor of Team Liquid Citadel.
They're doing Petty Parker. They're doing the Petty Parker, dude. Open counter dive. I don't know why I went Mickey Mouse mode there, but listen, this could be kind of crazy if the Penny Parker actually does end up countering Ritas.
Yeah, there's the commitment of the Rage of Ultron. Cooper able to find Iffy here, as Cooper is going to set them up one. Has been being found a ton by the cat, and rarely do you see Cooper have this many times getting KO'd. It just goes to show you the pressure, energy. Going to find Doomed here. Tones trades that back onto Nero. Vest trades with Silent Blaze. Ritas onto Cooper once again. But it looks like the point is very close for Team Liquid Citadel, but not quite fully capped. The portal comes out.
Yeah, portal coming out. I mean, they still have these mines, one shot that can come through. Speed finds one of the Logan, 2, the extra damage there. If you having a portal play back, like you mentioned, but I think the Penny Parker, sort of like Wolverine, has so much value here. Ritas is gonna have to dodge so many mines. Look at that minefield is out. Throws the ultimate, but can't even like engage with it because of the Penny Parker mines. Has to wait them out. Also taking damage from energy the whole time. He has to wait out the whole ult. Comes back for Vest, but does Vest know he needs to fall back to his team? No, he's got the hard pocket. Polly finds one of the Iffy. Has to follow up 2 towards the point, and again, Penny Parker value. Chip, I don't think I was wrong last week. Dive might be dead. We might be entering Penny Parker meta.
I love it, buddy. I love it. We were mentioning the interview saying Paulie learned this hero, and he just essentially said done. You know what I mean? That's the kind of talent
I mean, dude,
this team has as a switch over here on Penny.
To me, what's always telling of a meta shift when teams adjust is that if you have a pro player being like, man, this is impossible. Like you heard in the interview, Vest is like, man, I can't play against Penny Parker. I'm getting CC 24/7. I mean, yeah, that character's good. If you have a pro that's complaining about that kind of thing, it's probably for a good reason. Even if it is maybe cheesy, that stuff can be viable and very good as they have ultimates. Ritas goes over to punish.
Yeah, 100% agree with you here. Now we're going to see some answers. Ritas can no longer run that cat with Penny on the field. It's going to go Punisher, and it's working right now for the side of Team Liquid Citadel. Energy takes out Ritas. Cooper trying to find that off-angle flank, not allowing them to take this point with the protection there of Speedery's Ultron. Going to rotate that drone whenever necessary, making sure nobody can steal it, and they're just holding them at the door essentially here.
Yeah, I mean, they're great job, too, in terms of ultimates. Obviously, Tone's coming back to help peel for the point. Speed's being an anchor to help touch it, also contest him. Energy uses the ultimate in the backside, does catch on to Iffy, and that's another KO. These staggers have been big, and that's the problem with dealing with the Penny Parker. There's a lot more damage than you probably think coming through. You do use Logan's ultimate with a damage boost, but again, they're not finding those KOs, even with the jackpot, that they need to with this composition.
Yeah, and you can see it's forced Ritas back on the cat now. Tried to make the switch, didn't work out. So you can tell that the comms and the team are definitely active. And I think that's a sign of Team Liquid Citadel kind of just holding their own. Tone's going to initiate heavy now with the Freedom Charge. Ritas trying to be at back and work through it. Crystals get committed now too from Silent Blaze. The answer from Cooper. Now Polly going to spread some of those mines. Can Ritas get the pick in the sky on Speedery? Almost, and does. What a play there, as now Doomed gets one. And it looks like the point will shift, but 90% off the rip is a ton, as they are committing even more.
Yeah, ton committed there into the fight, but at least you're finding those KOs. Gonna get that flip in a second. Polly touches. Same thing with Vest. These characters have about 1 billion HP. Will eventually go down at 99%. But for a stick drift, you know, I wonder if they're going to stick with this. I mean, they're obviously looking like one of the best Black Cat teams, and they want to keep running it. But I wouldn't even mind maybe that Phoenix swap, or maybe you switch something that can deal with the Iron Man. You know, I mean, I understand you're playing the strat pool or whatever, but I don't know, maybe we even can get off the triple comp now at this point. Maybe swap Logan over to Vanpool or something, help deal with the Penny Parker or even the Ultron in the sky. We'll see what happens. The stick drift tries to set up another flank play on them.
There's that rampage now from Vess. Gonna initiate, head right towards the back line, likely. Speedery and the back line just playing indoors here together. Is a good start as Vess is just walking through him. If he matches it right back with the rampage, afraid to walk on those mines though, and that's the downside. Is wow, Ritas able to find one. Do I see two? Looking for it, but gets taken out by Energy. Good peel there from one of the goats of the duelist line, and that was some clean play though. It goes to show you how good you can be with Cat into triple comps, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, Stickter's still in control of the point. They come back into it. TLC goes to that Ultron's Rage. We saw the blast map. Every time Ultron Rage was up, team won the fight with this damage boost especially. The no KO just found until now. Cooper finds Iffy, grabbed by the Dino of S.
Yeah, there has just been so much value on Poly, buddy. I'm with you fully. It's really been massive. Ritas, though, finds Nero, though, through this as Energy looks for one. Tones goes off map. The portal plane needs to come through. Logan tries to hold, but will not be able to do that. And that's going to be a win here from Team Liquid Citadel in a fight that they almost made happen.
Oh, my God, that was crazy. I mean, you can see the value of Elsa, by the way, and same thing with Black Cat. Some of these characters are the strongest in the game. Black Cat shows up like a freaking like a villain out of a horror villain out of a movie, but I mean, that was insane. Team Liquid Citadel win that first map. Elsa takes the victory today over the counter dive. Same thing with Penny Parker. We'll see what the next map is picked after TLC's win. We'll see what happens for Stick Drift after the short break.
Damn. Almost made a word with it. Gotta love a Penny Parker. I think that'll be about 5 minutes.
No. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Why should Asgard not be mine? That is the real question.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
I want your soul. As expected.
Denizens of the deep. How refreshing.
The horrors I'll make for them in hell. I am the goddess. All who follow this enemy. That one's healing. Why would I need healing?
Down goes their entrancy percentage. Lead them to Khonshu.
Who could fight the goddess of hell?
Denizens of the deep.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
That is much better.
I always return.
What are you aiming at? Rise, my friend, to Khonshu.
Feels like living.
One for Steven, one for Jake. Co-op time.
Shields up.
Second chance.
Follow this enemy. I am very harmed.
Nothing.
Extermination! Your powers are mine! Tremble before fast! Here's how you shoot! Gambit never falls!
Dinner time, love!
How?
Yes, with the amazing
Oh, he just shot in there without even looking.
No goddess is ever eerily quiet here. Unnaturally so. Endless battle means ever-increasing hell. You belong to me! Hell unleashed! When I rise, they fall.
leave that to Khonshu!
Healing. Why would I need healing? Here's this life.
Rise, my friend!
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
This enemy.
Second chance is over.
Follow this enemy.
Tremble before fast! Extermination! Maximum pulse!
I want your soul. See the adversary.
Disappear!
Leave that to Khonshu!
You are nothing!
Gambit never falls! Your powers are mine! Gambit never falls!
Dinner time, love!
They've come from behind, but you can against the world.
I'll wait for them in hell.
Down to 30 seconds. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Tremble before fast! What are you waiting on?
Behind, but you can
Rise, my friends!
You're in the lead now. Final 10 seconds.
See the adversary.
Beautiful, baby! Stand up!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
It's very difficult for Sick Drift to do anything.
It was indeed. And I mean, the interesting things already started in the pick and ban phase, right? We did finally get to see that White Fox ban after we just talked about that in the previous series, Dogman.
Yeah, I mean, that character's really good. White Fox, you kind of had a bit of a foreshadowing, I guess, almost, to seeing that ban come through, because it makes sense. The character's been really good. Same thing with Rocket, but I guess the White Fox has been a bit more of a problem for all these teams. And the Devil Dino, I think, was popping off in the last series, too. Like, I think we saw some nice plays out of Vest towards the very end to help peel. But that's always going to be the case. A lot of these Devil Dino players definitely can play to a super high level. Regardless, we're going on to another convoy. And, you know, I'm curious where Stick Drift is going to take us, considering that last map, it was still super close. But if we go to another map where Penny Parker's good, I mean, Paulie looked solid on the Penny, even though we haven't seen it at all in the previous seasons.
Listen, as long as it's not Museum of Contemplation, I'll be happy. And I am, in fact, a happy little muffin. Great. Okay. Love that for me. Racco is where we headed next. What are your thoughts on this map and the direction that Stick Drift is taking us with it, Chip?
I love this. This is one of those maps that we had been saying, or at least we've been talking about in the green room. Actually, virtually every caster, it's like, where have all these maps been? I think, you know, there's a conversation to say they don't want to divulge too much information of what they like to run, but also like there's value in running a map that teams don't really play a lot. And I think this is one of those maps that Stick Drift could find some advantage in, something they've been practicing that maybe they haven't seen so much on the side of Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, now TLC just one map away from getting that #1 seed in their group. Can they get it done and close out this series on their opponent's map pick? Let's find out. Dogman Ship, take it away.
All right, my brother, we're heading in to Araco. You know, I think this is really a good dive map too. This is where back in the day, man, and I'm dating myself here, the pro scene, when we used to see Panther come out, this is the only map we really used to see him played here, because there's so many escape routes with those portals. And also you can get kind of cheeky with Penny here, putting some mine spawners around in those portals to shut down those locations too. So looking forward to seeing what both sides are trying to do here.
Yeah, we're synced up in the brain here. I was thinking the exact same thing. It feels like a solid map for both. I mean, I think the reason why we've seen so much Museum is it just feels like kind of a well-balanced map, maybe, for like a lot of teams. I don't know. It just feels like a nice map to play. And I think every map they release, obviously, there's like a new gimmick, right? Like the portals are a big thing that happened with the Rocco and Krakoa. You know, on this one, like we talked about. But I think when we enter the Museum of Contemplation, they give you those like shields, and it's like adds more cover. And I think that's the difficulty in a lot of these maps. There's just not a lot of cover like on these maps. So it's like once you add those extra sort of angles and positions to sort of sit at, it just feels more balanced from like a perspective of the hero shooter shorter genre. And Gambit's off the rip banned because that character is not balanced for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, insane win rate when he gets through. It's like almost 70%. Next closest is low 50, if that. So nutty. But yeah, Catlock from Stick Drift. There you go. Redis, I actually got wind. Shout out Coz just shot me a note. I mean, Redis is just KOs per minute, I believe, or final hit percentage is actually at the very top right now in the North America's region. So an absolutely strong duelist, no doubt about that across the board. As we can look over Team Liquid Citadel removing the Luna. You have said Luna's in a great place right now, and I couldn't agree more with you. I think she's essentially more scary than Hela, but also heals.
Yeah, the best Luna players so far have kind of been putting teams on their backs at times. And, you know, Team Liquid Citadel Cooper's not been a different sort of case. Rocket Raccoon removed on both sides. Black Cat one-sided so far. The White Fox Protect, though, does get through because of it. Because of that early, I believe it was a rocket ban or whatever, or towards the very end, I think the White Fox ban came through. So the adjustment from Team Liquid Citadel's there to sort of help with these dive comps. And I think that would be a little scary if I'm Stick Drift now. Maybe we think about, you know, keeping Phoenix alive at the very end, or does Team Liquid Citadel want to keep forcing that ban onto the White Fox? Regardless, Luna Snow's going to get banned for Stick Drift side.
Yeah, I don't hate that ban either. Cooper's really good on that hero, but then we're going to see our final Protect. I don't know if you heard that thunder. Thor's mad at me outside, apparently, right in the ban phase. Didn't like that ban. Wanted to see Luna come through, but yeah, final lock coming in. I mean, yeah, I like the ban phase on both sides so far. They make sense to me, but we haven't seen a lot of Araco, so I'm like not even sure what's right now in the meta for this specific map, as the final lock's going to be Mantis.
Yeah, team's been fine letting Phoenix get through, I guess, because in the very end, they go for that Loki ban. You talked about Loki earlier and how strong that could be. I think that's a good ban as well for Team Liquid Citadel, due to the fact that that was kind of how Stick Drift were staying alive in some of these fights for an extended period of time. And for Stick Drift, they wanted to make sure they get that Mantis yet again in playing around Doom. So, I mean, it makes sense to play against Double Dino with these sort of heroes. I would kind of like it if they played more around maybe Rita's playing a hit scan or something like that, but regardless, this is kind of an interesting ban phase, and I think I would lean Team Liquid Citadel, but where are you kind of going with it, Chip?
Yeah, I think that final ban was huge. I think Loki had so much value in Dom. It's a little different when you're playing Convoy and Convergence with Loki's value, because if you can just cover the entirety of a Dom point in crystals and the grains, it's like a full reset for your whole team. But I still think it's an incredibly strong ban, as we see that as the end there. I would argue it's a tough one, actually, for where I really land with Team Liquid Citadel adjusted best out of the ban phase.
Yeah, we'll see if it actually pans out that way, as, you know, I guess results might be different than what we're thinking, because Stick Drift kind of has been in that boat too. They've been sort of underestimated, I think, this whole stage, at least by me and probably a lot of other people, and I think they're starting to kind of come online, show that they are like the team that can compete against Team Liquid Citadel to a very high level. But regardless, they're going to start to attack first. They picked the attacking side for Team Liquid Citadel. Starting on defense, playing again around that Ultron has been big. Speedily so far has been a super valuable player in terms of his comms behind the scenes, but also his overall gameplay on Ultron. Same thing for Stick Drift, though. They get that one-sided Mantis mismatch with Ultron in the sky.
Yeah, it really enables Ultron when you have Mantis. The damage boost on Ultron at all times can make him far more threatening. And then you can help peel that back line should you need to. It's the triple comping run. And we see Doomed with the first pick right off the back of what we're saying. Polly goes down and was running that penny, kind of like we had discussed, had some potential on this map. I think these teams are trying to find a solution. Notice how they're starting on the low side here, not electing to run up into that corner where you see a lot in ladder. Speedery trying to juke away, also going to be on that Ultron pick, but won't have the Mantis boost. Going to be far more difficult in the trade. Great walls there. As we see Iffy now, and Tones cleans up Vest. Really strong start here for Stick Drift, who did not take that loss lightly. They want to find one.
Yeah, Logan, nice trade as well onto Nero, and I'm surprised that Paulie didn't want to switch off of this Penny Parker so far, because it's as you talked about. I mean, look, these mines are getting destroyed. The nests are getting destroyed instantly by the Phoenix. And, you know, maybe on that, the hard counter coming through from Stick Drift, just playing this front to back so well, getting Tones high charge, walking at TLC.
Yeah, we see Iffy with another pick here. This is such a good group. What an ult there. Can they find a few? It looks like they will. Goodbye to 3. Make it 4, 5. What is happening? Stick Drift are on a rampage right now and really have not been stopped like at all. 5 minutes for point 2, but this is one of those very defensible positions.
Yeah, Paulie switches off of it now, understanding the hard counter kind of came through for Stick Drift, and I was surprised they didn't want to do this in the last map, you know, considering Phoenix was available. They didn't adjust early, and that's the thing with BO3s, is it's hard to make those adjustments on the fly, but they made it now in this map. Regardless, TLC now makes the counter adjustment by getting the Venom out there and Vest onto that Deadpool to help deal with the Ultron in the sky. So they should have a better composition to kind of deal with Stick Drift's side. However, Ultimate's still up. Upcoming fight speedily throws out the Ultimate. Is there any follow-up, or did Stick Drift disengage? It looks like they're disengaging decently at the moment.
Yeah, but you're going to be behind in levels there for Vest. It's going to be tough to bounce back. It's always hard to make that switch when it's not, you don't have the strap will get you levels early on. Tones trying to find one, pulls the crystal. Every time you pop that, 25% of the enemy's HP that you pulled it from is deleted. Keep that in mind. It's really good against tanks too, and it can enable some clean combos. You can see the pressure is still very much here for Stick Drift. They still have ult advantage, but not for long, as now Vest, Nero, and Pauly will have some answers. Cooper close behind. Energy ready to come out of the skies. There is that Soul Resurgence from Logan on the push.
That was some good peel into Ritas, though. I mean, they tried to find the backside. Good ult by Logan, committed. Phoenix ultimate to the backside to get rid of all this overhealth here, or at least slow it down. But again, disengaged by Stick Drift. I mean, they're yo-yoing back. They do find Doomed at the very least, but is that enough? Yes, it is. Pauly finds Logan. A nice comeback there by TLC to the second phase. This could be a very hard point to push past, especially with these Ultron compositions. Stick Drift now switch it up. They go over to that Deadpool for Logan yet again. Doom goes over to the Phoenix this time. They run 2-2-2 style with this backline. I kind of wanted to see this in the last series, so I'm interested to see how this does as Ritas is onto the Black Cat as well. TLC should understand that, though, read that, understand the backline maybe is easier to get KO. Maybe force a bad ultimate at silent plays. That's the win condition for TLC with that copy.
There's Pauly on the commit on the back line. Energy able to clean up Tones in the front. Notice diving the back while your duelist just wrecked the front. Iffy, though, gonna find Speedery. Cooper goes down, and Nero Ritas gonna find as Logan does. Everybody gonna get a little bit of value there. Make it the whole team wipe. Doom now. Pauly make it 2 as Vest goes down, and they're walking around this corner still. Almost 3 full minutes. They're looking so strong on this map.
That was a huge ult by Iffy for sure. I think maybe they thought they were in their Loki crystals. Unfortunately, we're like maybe a millimeter outside of it. That was a crazy unlucky situation for TLC, but they put Speedily back onto the Daredevil. A lot of counter swaps happening so far as Nero also onto that White Fox upcoming fight. Stick Drift could go aggressive with this invisible boundary. It's 2-2-2 back yet again after that 3 strategist composition.
A lot of commitment now. Boundary is out. Iffy and Ritas gonna find another 1-2. Iffy make it 3. That's a nice triple here for the group. Love to see that. It's a 4-piece now for Iffy on the group, and it's just showing up right now. Obviously does have that team up too, folks, putting out that healing wall from Mantis. It not only keeps your team and your backline safe, but it gets you ult so quick.
I think so. Cooper, I believe, accidentally copied the Groot there. That's why we heard the Strangling Prison. So Unfortunate fight for Cooper there. I want to see his POV. They body blocked him. Excellent job to dive towards Cooper, I guess, in that fight. Shut down that copy from the Loki, and Stickdrift again looking so clean with their maneuvering at the current moment as they try to mix it up yet again. TLC put the invisible boundary, or sorry, have invisible woman here, but again goes down. Cooper is just getting farmed currently as we trade it back at least for energy. Trades that 1 for 1.
The energy is going to find Doom there as we hear some ultimate commitment. Polly drops Logan now, trying to use that ground to keep him away, but Polly's still very healthy as there's more follow-up from Vest, trying to get the pick of the front line. Can they make that work? They do. Tones goes down as Vest is able to bounce back on this Van pool and seemingly gets leveled up pretty quick here.
2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Stickdrift could go aggressive with a lot of ultimates in the upcoming fight. Maybe want to switch back over to 3 Stratus comp 2, considering the comp Team Liquid Citadel are on and off of the Penny Parker. Now we use that Mantis ult from Logan's side early. TLC to disengage it. They do. Energy commits Dancing Inferno. Same thing with Tone's ultimate committed. No KOs just found until Polly comes through. Speed does find 1 though in his ultimate 4.
Yeah, it's 2 there. Speedery bouncing back with a vengeance. Nero takes out Tones. You can notice the shifting composition here from Team Liquid Citadel. Trying to get off some of that more protective stuff. Play a little more aggro with the dive. And it's working out for this moment, but Stickdrift with that early push has had enough time here. They really just want to be patient, find the right time to ult Regis and Iffy have ults available. Nero is the only answer, which you really can't do much in the Fox form when Groot ults you to the ground. Energy, though, takes out Doomed. Solo pick here, just looking to shut down Speedery, give him the space to move forward, and that's totally fine. You can get 1 with an ultimate. It is valuable, but they're still being held right now. It just goes to show you, Team Liquid Citadel is angry about what's happening here in these first 2 points.
Yeah, Nero's sitting back. You do have the right side. Rita's kind of going for those dives. Coming through for it is Iffy, but they don't find that White Fox who just teleports away back towards that underside. But again, I mean, Stickdrift, they get picked, trading 1 for 1 though. Paulie does go down too, so both of these divers, Captain America, Venom, fall. Energy trying to find his counter towards the card and Doomed, but Doom doing a good job sort of spacing him out. Regardless, Logan goes down to Speedery. And this is kind of where I think the triple strategist comp was working well against TLC at the moment. They have to be using ultimates in a very awkward spot as, again, Ensong Inferno comes up, but it's not well timed with Regis.
Yeah, Speedery's stepping up right now. They had to solo out there to try to slow the momentum, comes right back from getting KO'd, and then just keeps finding backline picks. It's so consistent here. Regis now trying to trade that. Here goes ultimate commitment. Can this be followed up on? Regis trying to look for another penta like we saw on that domination. Polly going to be the first one to get a pick, though. Looking at Speedery now. Regis tries to make this work out. Goes right into the health pack. It looks like Speed will go down. Regis only able to find 1, but still the cart just ain't moving very far.
I'm surprised Speed didn't try to just fall back to the team. It's like he was surprised he was there. If he flies back into the fight, 30 seconds left to go. Nice job by the strat line on TLC's side to live in that fight, but now they lose energy after that pick onto Speedery. And they're gonna have to fall back. Cooper uses the invisible boundary. They think they can clutch up with the White Fox and Invis here. Paulie does find Tones, so maybe they are kind of right.
Yeah, this is a really strong defense here. The amount of time that they've held, 9 seconds on, got a touch before 3 as out goes that freedom charge from Paulie. If he goes under with the feast, Logan committed 2. Tones now gonna match with the freedom charge, trying to keep them on point for the time being. Overtime, nobody has gone down just yet. Paulie playing slow, waiting a moment up in the sky as the Phoenix, the full reset from Energy in a moment, tries to get there. What a stop. That was intentional. That was disgusting. Speedery and Energy. Speedery again. Somebody stop him. He is just a menace in this back line as they delete the rest. OT will tick down. They cannot get the portal here in time, and that will be a hold before point 3, but still a very strong push.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent work from the side of TLC. I like the switch off of the Loki onto the Invis to help sort of peel off Stickdrift, and you know, you saw that last fight, the White Fox, the Invis clutching up there. I mean, realistically, they won because of the backline on Team Liquid Citadel's side. Same thing with Vest. I think Vest, you talked about him on the Van pools, looked so clean, blocking off the healing. But every time these ultimates have come out from Nero and Cooper, they haven't been going down, right? We talked about the Streets phase. Maybe that Loki was a bit awkward sometimes with the Groot being in the game, but I think that the Invis makes this backline so much stronger. For Stickdrift, though, I mean, they could have probably gone back to that first comp they played first point, you know, because I think Paulie was also a bit of a problem, and they were taking care of Paulie way easier whenever they did play the Mantis and stuff, whenever they could sleep him and slow down Paulie's engages. So for Stickdrift, maybe they could have reacted a little bit faster there, and Team Liquid Citadel, I think they've been on point with their counter swaps as they only made it to the very end of that third phase shit. But these first points, you can definitely first point hold, right?
Oh, yeah.
Stickdrift.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Especially point one here. I mean, playing low side, you know, you do have that off map. You know, you can see Iffy on the Dino. I think Dino's really strong here on point one, similar to something like Emma. There's a lot of threat when you're pushing point one after that first turn and that whole downside off map. There's just so much potential to be off map. They're gonna likely see a comp that won't stress over it too much. You can see that, you know, really, I guess Vest will be in the most danger on the Groot as well. Gotta love to see that for Vest. But outside of that, you know, I guess Cooper would be in danger too from the Dino. So see what it looks like. But the hold is going to be up in that corner, a little bit different than what we saw from Team Liquid Citadel that elected to hold low side instantaneously.
Yeah, it's going to be the Paulie on the Dino, like you said. And, you know, I wonder if this mismatch with the Penny Parker will be good, right? First point hold Penny Parker has been a kind of a mainstay, it feels like, in the past. But now it feels like you can play kind of anywhere. Regardless, they don't go down to these mines. Nice grab comes through from Paulie, but gets counter-stunned regardless. Oh, it's Regis that goes down. He's a bit far forward. Nice job by Paulie to find him in the follow-up through in the sky for speed.
Yeah, and they just destroyed that mine spawner instantly. Paulie going to be on Dino, used to seeing Vest in this role, but it's a triple now on the Devil Dinosaur, showing up and saying, I can play this too, as we see Vest on the Groot. And this is some very strong push right back at him. It might be even faster. Come on. Wow, what an answer.
Yeah, they're done. I mean, 5 minutes, 30 seconds.
Sheesh.
That was a great answer, like you said. And how, you know, Ritas, I think that was a tough fight to get picked off, obviously. But the Bucky as well coming through, just so much damage output with him. You know, you could potentially play the Phoenix if you want, but the Bucky also creates an opening with the hook. He looks for it again. They're on Invis though on the defense too, and Stick Drift need to get some stabilization here as Cooper does go down to Ritas. Nice job to at least find one in this upcoming fight as they're still on Penny Parker due to them thinking they have the mismatch there.
Yeah, I like the Penny idea. It hasn't really had a ton of success here on defense, but Penny definitely with Dino is a big threat. You can just get those free pulls right onto the mine. Speeder going to drop back towards the team, but you can still feel the presence. Match back in the invisible boundary, trying to pressure through it, and they do. Energy able to find one. Rage of Ultron goes out. Energy going to buy time until needing to press that Q again. Waits for the last moment, tries to land it instead. Going to play safe with it as it does force out a few ultimates, able to still get value. Iffy drops Paulie, and now numbers are in favor of Stick Drift. Ooh, Kamiho after the fact. I'm not sure if that was necessary after losing a few, and that gets deleted instantly as well through the mines as Tones takes out Energy. What a hold. Way to stop the momentum. Just a full momentum shift here for Stick Drift.
Yeah, better placement of the mines. I think these Penny Parker teams maybe not as comfortable playing it just yet. But still, that last fight, I mean, they got KOs with the ult. This second point can be so hard to kind of contest through. And for TLC, they're happy still running this. I wonder if they go height this time instead of just through the low ground, because they're taking this just straight up with them at the current moment. And Ritas has full control of height right now and needs to kind of be contested. It looks like nobody's really kind of going for it until last second as Iffy tries to create that space towards the low ground.
I'm with you, buddy. You got to constantly off angle that spawner before you initiate, and they do just that. Paulie's able to clean that up. Vest finds one. Team Liquid set it off a number. Paulie going to ult right through. Hearing that strategist all committed. Energy able to find Logan even through ultimate. So much good focus as another goes down. Team Liquid Citadel back on their feet, rushing forward. Gonna be even an ultimate spread for the moment. Tones and Ritas. But in terms of ults, I would say Team Liquid Citadel definitely has an advantage in this next fight.
Yeah, with the damage boost, with the buff to the Loki left, or with the Bucky left clicks. Okay, what a hook. Nice job by the Penny to stun him at the very least. Portal comes back out of spawn. Ultron's right here from TLC. They find the KOs after it.
Yeah, and trying to get a pick through, get the reset, and almost does. Good movement to stay healthy, even better by the strategist for focus. Ritas drops Energy, Logan onto Paulie, and there's another answer that maybe is just a little bit too late as Nero brings out the boundary. They're going to answer back, though, so at least that is the value they're looking for. Forcing out ult is totally fine there. It's an even trade for the moment as Rage of Ultron goes out from Doomed, but the retake looks like it's back in favor of Stick Drift with almost 3 minutes on for Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, it's classic bend, don't break. I mean, that was nice out of Ritas. Huge shots there to shut down Energy. And that's why we talk about him like one of the best players in the game, having a high-level Black Cat. Same thing with Phoenix, but he has to keep it up. Obviously, TLC at that last fight do have Groot ultimate available. Is it going to be blocked by the Invis shield or pushed away? We'll see what happens in the upcoming fight, because a lot's going to be on that Groot on Vest's side, and Stroud ult in a moment from Cooper.
If you holding this space now, Agamotto going to be the first ult that will be available for the side of Stick Drift, and they need something here as Vess with Strangling Prison, just looking to not land it on the Strange Shield, potentially using a wall to, you know, essentially throw himself upwards to have a better angle at the back line, and there it is, using it against the wall on the right side to avoid the shield. Can they get some damage off it? Vess finds Tones there as Energy deals a ton of damage to the front line, cleans that up, and that is enough for them to get point 2, and this is going to be a tough hold with 3 minutes and 20 seconds on. The rest of them will fall. Speedery committing an ultimate there at the end.
Yeah, it's almost a little awkward. If Vest throws out the ult, he gets hooked immediately by Energy. Tones goes down. And the Penny Parker plays just haven't been good for Stick Drift. They switched Tones off to Captain America now, backed over to the Penny Parker. I mean, I like the characters and stuff, but honestly, TLC's answer to it, at least how Stick Drift are playing it, are very nice. And now, I mean, Energy too is able to find these KOs through ults, and same thing with these hooks. So we'll see in the upcoming fight. The Bucky, you know, mix-up has been clean for them, as Energy just does so much damage. Cooper's ultimates are well-timed too. Logan counters it. Endsong Inferno also here, but no KOs found in it.
Got a good idea there, Logan, with the Soul Resurgence. Doom drops Nero. Yeah, and Stick Drift just has to hold this tight. They can't give up all this free movement of card. They got to do exactly what Team Liquid Citadel is, which is essentially spawn hold them. You can see Car got some decent space there as they do take this position back. Great wall by Tones there. I do believe that stopped the Kraken impact. Doom gonna clean up Vest through that. And again, you're looking for value like that. You're trying to stop an ultimate with an ability. That is just value in value. It's just non-stop W for your team, but they got to do a lot of that here with 2 minutes and 12 on.
Yeah, they're kind of happy going for the mirror, and now Energy is not. He's going to go over to the Moon Knight off the Bucky, just trying to get some more damage down range. Like you mentioned, on the inside of this point, could be a bit harder to relieve all of those damage shots from Energy, and he finds it.
Yeah, I think this is a huge pick. Energy on the Moon Knight here. There's really not much they can do. Strangling Prison gets stuffed, I believe. No, instead it's a little bit late. Can they counter through it? Energy gonna find 3. Polly gonna clean up another, and that might be it here, folks, on the touch. Can they get there? They do, but not for long. Team Liquid Citadel take this home 2-0 and stay undefeated.
Damn. What a game out of TLC. And, you know, Stick Drift, again, putting up a fight like we've seen versus other teams against TLC, but they still get it done. They made the right counter swaps at the right time. And, I mean, what a masterclass for sure out of Team Liquid Citadel on a Racco. That'll be a...
They're ready to. I mean, we expected them to...
Well, wait for the next. Stone search. See if this is put up or built.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it. Stay alert. This fight isn't over yet. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? Vacation's over. Back to work. We've still got some heroin left. another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. More vampires have arrived. Ready up. Neither will you, it seems. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. Those monsters. Take a moment and enjoy the peace. It won't last for long.
We are cooked.
Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? Another
Oh, this stupid connection, man. So annoying.
Let's hope your luck continues to hold. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. I knew you wouldn't give up easily. But now it's time to see if you're truly worthy. Fire! Another less than noble sacrifice. noble sacrifice. Impressive! But I will find a way to break you. Secret strike! Impressive! But I will find a way to break you. Impressive! But I will find a way to break you. Secret strike! If I can break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. Fire! If I can break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. If I can break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. Curse thee, vile creature! Fire! Your mind is mine!
My power grows.
Impressive! But I will find a way to break you. Impressive! But I will find a way to break you. If I can break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. If I can break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. Secret strike! Impressive! But I will find a way to break you.
I am Thor, Odin's god of thunder.
If I can't break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. If I can't break your bones, I'll bend your will instead.
Curse thee, vile creature!
I'm in control here.
Slow down.
Another less than noble sacrifice.
Yeah, we cook.
If I can't break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. You did your best, but your services are no longer needed. It's time for Mayor Fisk to rebuild this city.
Well, let's try the other one then. Oh, he gave me. Okay. Cool. So we can keep it there, huh? but it does like him.
With strategy and the practice that has gone in coming into today, because a lot of research would have gone in from both of these sides. The meta's been kind of shifting, it's been developing, but one thing you can expect today is the return of Dace on Swamp Gaming. I know that they have been kind of having him sub in and out depending on the kind of magnitude of the match here, Cozy, but this is the big one. We've got Daze versus Delena. This is quite the matchup when we look at duelists.
Yeah, you know, without question. I think it's funny, too, because they play very different roles, right? It's kind of Daze and Self in the roles that they play. We've seen a Median, you know, come in and play well on the games that I would say Swamp. I'm not saying that they, you know, bought all in on those games, but Daze is most likely going to get the start today. We know how they are as a player. The stats show it. They show it. And I think, Gaskin, what I want to highlight about Swamp Gaming, what makes them great is they've got a lot of trust in their coach. And when you have kind of a lot of trust in one person, it allows everybody to be more in sync and no one trying to like take over this captain spot. Like they all just don't need to be the, you know, me, pick me type of player. And that's what makes them great. They can be more unified as one. And that is why they're able to sub in these players well and they just slot in perfect to what they want to accomplish.
I think you bring up a fantastic point, because in traditional sports, the coach is such an important figure, almost like a father figure at times, a mother figure, depending on who's coaching, right? It's someone you look up to, someone who you rely on, someone who you trust. However, I find in some other esports, you are going to see some teams who will maybe disrespect their coach, see them as an extra player, as, you know, they're kind of there to help, but they don't look up to them. This is very much different for a lot of these squads in Marvel Rivals, so I think we're getting a very good place for how important coaches are, Vicky, because without them, you know, you just might struggle a little bit in the lock and ban phase. You might just fall a little bit flat when it comes to keeping that temperament as well.
Yeah, and it acts as a double-edged sword too, though, because while they are, you know, kind of playing an upper hand and helping these decisions really go through into leaning into their own strengths, they're also the first line of blame that a lot of the fans back at home are looking at, where they may not agree with some of the compositions or pick and bans that they see rolled out, especially in a best of three where time is of the essence here and you only have so much room for error.
Well, we can take a look at the map that is going to be played as well initially between these two squads, and then it starts to get interesting from then afterwards, Cozy, because then when one team loses, they of course get to pick the next map that they're going to be facing up on. And we've already seen some interesting decisions today. We saw Arako already being played from Stickdrift's side, but we will kick things off on Burning T'Challa. Any thoughts here?
Yeah, listen, I mean, I think obviously maps are great. What I love to see is how teams kind of respond in best of three. And both of these teams, honestly, are some of the best at it. Clearly, Swamp, they don't lose a lot of maps, but they do respond well if they lose like a zone that we've seen in Domination well. And of course, we go back to the preseason playoff. But 100 Thieves are some of the best at really just like getting right. You know, obviously, Penny, Iron Man, they don't want to talk about that with Sentinels. But other than that, they lock in under pressure. And that we kind of talked about that yesterday, right, Gaskin, where it's like, you can have all the talent in the world, but like, that's why LAN is so different too. Whenever you have all the eyes on you and the pressure, it's like, how do you play then?
I mean, that's something I was going to bring up as well. Whilst we're online, it's a very different kettle of fish, right? Once you get to LAN, everything changes, pressure changes as well. That's when you need coaches to be able to hype you up in those moments and keep everything going. Well, we're setting up for quite the affair here. It's 100 Thieves versus Swamp Gaming. Everyone lock in, make sure you got your beverages and your snacks. We're about to start the lock and ban. Guys, take it away.
Oh man, Vicky, here we go. What a matchup. What pick and ban phase. This is going to set the tone. It's going to set the tone on how these things get started. And Vicky, I was talking to you in the green room. One thing you look at in the data and you look at what these players' comfort picks are. How do they make Swamp uncomfortable? Obviously, that's going to be the favorite going in. What I would like to see is a rocket ban. Sounds crazy, but Forky relies a lot on that rocket.
I definitely agree too, and it's very important because Rocket gets that ultimate online so quickly, Cozy, as well as having the impact of having a BRB, bring another player back. But that's why we talk about the Rockets being a problem more often. We're seeing the Bans come out, you're also seeing the Phoenixes come out, and we talk about the Rocket as it comes in for the protection of Swamp Gaming. You were just talking about it, Cozy, and of course, we don't really have to dig too deep into the Gambit bans. That's already given right now at this point.
Yeah, and it's like what they do so well. So if you lose, at least you can like swap the way that you pick, and then you can ban and try to get that rocket out first. But yeah, they always seem to have that on lock. Forky has played that almost every match. Invis only a couple other times. Looks like 100 Thieves is going to be banning. Obviously, Daze is in the mix now, and when Daze is playing Daredevil, he's one of the best players in not only just the region, but in the world. they're going to have to respond to that. And that's the matchup. It's going to be Self versus Daze. So in response for the first protect here for 100 Thieves, they're going to go, they trust in their guy in Self. There's your matchup.
Okay, so you highlighted this as we were looking at both of the rosters, and that's also really important too for 100 Thieves because there's the awareness as well as the communication and pings to know where everybody is at all times, especially if you just see an outward field of a Black Cat coming out, but the Luna Snow is going to get banned here. I do like this option. We're still seeing the continuation of focus on the strategist getting priority bans, but also the Luna, you have to also consider the team up that Luna brings in together if you do run out with a White Fox at any point, and the Rocket is going to be the next ban. I like this. So they see the Protect on the Rocket. Cozy, we've seen this so many times. The Wombo combo together with the Sia as well as the Star-Lord is so impactful, but it also forces out not only a lot of utility, but also ultimates from the strategist.
Yeah, now this is going to be causing some interesting things to happen because when you have Melophobia with playing with a Median, it's completely different, right? He plays more the Daredevil. Now you're going to have Melo going back into some of the roots and Star-Lord being the top hero that he has statistically across the board. Damage, final hits, you name it. Interesting on the Luna and Rocket ban because now it makes Millennia and Winnie uncomfortable. They've had Gambit a lot open. I guess they're gonna go like Invis Loki is kind of maybe the pick they'll go with there if needed. Phoenix being saved though, 100 Thieves. This is the setup the Thieves wanted. If they want to go ahead and steal from the vault, that is the Swamp Gaming perfection. They've got to get their duelist unlocked.
Okay, this is what I mean. When you see the ban, at least on the Daredevil side, that's usually what you would imply, but it's not like Swamp Gaming gets to rely on that, whereas 100 Thieves will be able to have the information, but this also could be a bait for the final ban because let's just say Mantis has not been banned out yet, Cozy, and that's why they banned out the Loki earlier. You don't get the team up with the bigger lamps, but they're also fully expecting that dive composition to roll out. Devil Dinosaur is going to be the final ban, so even though the Mantis is still on the table for both sides of the team, it's the priority on just trying to enable the dive composition.
Yeah, I like it. Listen, that means Scatter's going to play Imma. Whenever the Dino gets banned, Scatter's going to go to Imma. Sometimes if the Dino's on the other side, which we know TTK is going to do, he'll play Tank Pool. That's how that goes. For the most part, Kraz is playing Venom. It may be Cap in there if needed. My big question mark, and I think the win con, is if you look at the strat bans. Luna, Rocket, Loki. What on earth are they going to swap to? Because it's Invis White Fox, Invis Jeff. I mean, they have gone deep into their pools. If you go and look what they've played, it's definitely not been them. A lot of teams give this team Gambit because they just don't believe that Millennia can play it at the top level. But they don't even have that right now, and so it's going to be an interesting puzzle for them to solve.
Let's get this going, Cozy. It's going to be hard, but you don't expect anything different when it comes to these two teams, the Titans of this group facing off against each other, where we get some things happening behind the scenes. You know, a lot of these interviews really highlighting 100 Thieves, and now with this series of importance to determine how the seeding goes beyond qualifying on its own, we're going to go side by side to see what we're rolling out with. I like what you highlighted too. You know, it's also a lot of respect if we're going to see the Emma v Emma action, if that actually comes through here. And we're rolling out of the gates where our very first map is going to be taking us once again to Burn and T'Challa.
Yeah, so Scatter's on the tank pool thinking that TTK is playing the Dino, but nope, TTK's out on Mother. I mean, what a callback to the past, what this team did good. Vinny does play a fair amount of Cap. It is actually his most played and most successful hero, so he's happy to have that at the moment. They have these trades now on the hit scan. The front to back play is where kind of 100 Thieves want to be at. Now his Mother's going to move in. Battle of the Mines here. Love the rotations. It's going to be Swamp, though, trying to get the pressure on early. There's the quick bubble and trying to enclose TTK. Love the presence here, Vicky, as Self is frozen. Just trying to find his placement. But Daze is the first to strike. The whip hits down. We are 2 down now. 4v6, 5v4. Looking a bit comfortable.
And you already see the BRB bringing back Daze at the very least here while Swamp Gaming get the lead very early on. But I like how you highlight the fact that we see Mother as she always knows best. And it's a great little throwback here, but not finding that success. And Millennia going over to the Adam Warlock. So you're going to have the White Fox Adam Warlock for that sustain. And with Domination being so volatile too, Cozy, you know that getting that point first is very important. So that way you can set up the momentum and Scatter having that ban hammer, as you already mentioned, the ban pool.
Yeah, they picked on what I thought they were the strategist backline. They may have to force Self to go into like a triple sup with Ultron, who knows? But either way, this is the Daredevil. This is how it's got to be won, right? He got frozen early. That's where you got the early Black Cat elimination. But now it's going to be Black Cat v Daredevil. If you're great at the Devil, you should be able to silence the Cat. But here we go quickly as a team staying alive with it, almost getting a back cap. Percent the time being a factor a tad now, seeing through those walls, and good patience from Self, trying not to overcommit. Right now I'm worried though, Winnie's the only one that's gonna be able to put that pressure on early. Should be the first to hit, although Melo is looking ready. Oh boy, Kraz going down. That is, there it is, push forward, walk.
Oh, but then you see the Ensong Inferno coming in right afterwards, also taking out anything that's on the field here too. Winnie gonna be able to use the Camille Unleash already, but also look at Millennia, who's now forced to use the passive, but also does not have that res to bring them back, because Daze is too busy making a highlight reel, utilizing the calling card, get the reset. Mellow claps back and fights Millennia, but Swamp Gaming are on fire as one by one as they fall. Vinny going in for a forced reset, as we see another reset off the calling card, and another one. Can this be stopped? Oh my goodness. Daze, Millennia finally being the nail in the coffin.
Lock the doors, the thief is loose. Not the thieves, the thief in a Black Cat. Dave's doing a great job showing why you need to put respect on. Even with the Daredevil save has not been enough, especially when you've got the cards out and the queue ready. Good rotation like with Forky's Atican. That has been what a really the win con for them as of late. That's going to go ahead and have that ult as well. This is going to be near impossible. 100 Thieves does have the Born Again, though, so can play aggressive. And nope, oh my, what a pick early. Going to go ahead and just force that pressure now and put the delete keys ready. Respond there with the show. Valentina can put all the pressure on Vic.
Talk about surviving for Winnie, too. Also had that teleport at the right time and focused on them, and now Winnie's unfortunately out. Millennia has a res. Not going to use it just yet, too, with Self letting the devil out. Vinny getting frozen by Valentina. Mello clapping back to find Glenn in the 1v1. But Born Again rings through their ears. It's a nightmare that they remember. Bringing back 3. Assembling the troops now as they continue contesting. Swamp Gaming have not let loose off this point. And even with these reses, it's not going to be enough. It forces a lot out from Swamp Gaming, but they're looking to clear the point, Koizi.
Yeah, just barely now. Staying alive is Vinny, and the Avenger falls sadly as 100 Thieves were unable to contest. And Vic, it's exactly what we thought. Okay, sometimes this thing is won at the pick ban, and they made these strategists uncomfortable. I mean, they really have no way to set up. And what's funny is when you do that, it just makes the whole team looks like it kind of collapses a bit, right? Delena having the 2 picks. That's it to the name. Self, though, with that Daredevil save, right? Like, they put the stock in that. Like, that's really what is not panning out right now. And, you know, this has kind of been a problem with the 100 Thieves, Vic. If you go and look at some of what their stats have been, Delena, for instance, is the topper, I think a top 2 in damage, put out, pumped out, in Ignite. But he's not even top 10 when it comes to final hits.
Wow. Yeah, that means that also not being able to really get that final hit and kind of following up a lot of the times too with Delena, who's putting them so much low, not only putting in pressure, but making them so low, preventing the follow-up here too. And I do like these swaps. We do see the Jeff. This is really good. It goes hand in hand, as Shib and Dogman mentioned earlier, and going into these dive compositions. So if you need to help enable Daze, here you do. Here you have it. But then you also have the Devil Dino that TTK is also rolling out. And is this going to be enough sustain is the question.
And I think if you are 100 Thieves, you should ban Daze. I mean, you have to go for the Wolf and Daredevil, but then you still have the Black Cat, so there's not enough you can do, but he is on the Wolf now. The Claws are out, and the Hunter is ready here, repping the OG Season 1 Battle Pass. One of my favorite there, Vic. Just a quick shout out, but 75% to that final stand is going to set them up for success, especially when Winnie's going to be going into the Komoho. Now you have quickly just a slice and dice. The battle there with Self is putting pressure on early. The cap of the point is not even a question right now. They're just trying to get kind of a doom match style, if you will, as slam down the end song, and once again, it's the strat falling first.
Yeah, Millennia has just not had a good time. Has not even been able to set up for that first round. Yeah, Daze goes in for the torpedo to find Vinny, but no one's looking at Mello right now. Swamp Gaming have control over the points, and they lost out on Scatter. This is a good way to try to make a comeback here, but once again, it's just a stall before a reset comes in because the number advantage goes in favor for Swamp Gaming.
Yep, so they're going to go ahead and just climb up with ease now, and 100 Thieves looking like they need a getaway vehicle from this Dom map. Get me out of here and reset and try to get something rolling. My gosh, now quickly going to go ahead and see what they have going in. Not much, right? Can have the in song for something. Maybe get that with Vinny if he's going quick enough. Vinny plays a fair amount of Venom, not as much as you would want on this quick swap here. It's actually his 4th, 5th play now in Ignite, at least stage 1 side. So interesting swap from the cap. Feels like they need more of that pressure on the back line if they fall. Delena going for the hits in the trade. Have to get value here, Vicky. In song ready. When will they press?
Vinny having to step up too, wanting to follow up together with Self. Delena does get stunned, and Daze is going to get marked here as well, as he's going to be able to just navigate away, but they've already found out exactly where he is because Self is feeling some pressure. Love the way that Daze is also trying to move around here. The Sia is ready, so is Valentina for the sustain, Cozy. But Millennia could go in for the It's Jeff. We know that you could get those off-map KO options over to the left side. Also reset, as Winnie is the first to go. Scatter has been putting in so much pressure onto this backline. That's why they cannot go for the sustain. You go in for the reset, you get the It's Jeff. Millennia gets the the health pack, and it's hasta la vista right there. But oh no, you get it on the van pool. Scatter is right back in the action.
Oh my gosh, you're hearing one tank pool and the other is getting the value quickly as Forky Dog's part of the Elim feed now. Hello, Rocket. Seen a lot of respawn play. Nothing too crazy and engaging, but there it is. Look at Days in this fun management. Going in kind of low at 350. Doesn't care, though. Has enough for that pursuit and just putting on so much backline pressure. How is he staying within this? Going with the Q in the pursuit now even more so. No resets ready. They're trying to find its best. How have they not gotten Days at this point? The iframes, the invisibility, it's played to perfection there now as they're just desperate for the point.
I just witnessed a massacre, unfortunately. Valentina literally just got jumped, but this is something that 100 Thieves has to do in breaking the foundation that is Swamp Gaming on the backline. But Mello then finding Self. They still have Forky Dog right there on the table. Mello then finds CTK. Winnie's fighting for their lives. You have the Kumiho unleashed. Scatter's going to get right back to the health pack while waiting out for Valentina. And now at least 100 Thieves, they did lose out on TTK and Self, which is why Self is now swapping over to the Doctor Strange, so that way they could go in for a portal play. But at 99%, they cannot afford to flip this point right now. Swamp Gaming now, you could see Scatter desperately trying to cling on before a reset.
All right, so they make it interesting at least. They're able to play a bit more defense, and you know the advantage that gives. But Vic, if you just look at how things are going to rotate over, I mean, you got to get value out of this ult if you're Jeff, and that's just a prayer waiting to happen. We'll see now. You can quickly see that Kraz is up top there, putting the pressure there on Self, and over there is that Black Hat. Keep eyes on the Thief. See if they can get the funds early. Have plenty of big targets like Vinny to go ahead and grab it from. Self now quickly with a Devil Cross combo, trying to find something, but nothing yet. I mean, right now it's just stall and wait, and that's going to allow then Swamp Gaming to get that advantage and start climbing up the ult and get ready for the last cap. Here it is. They press the Q. It's TTK now. Going to go and do the pop quiz to stay alive a bit more.
And now you have the end song Inferno too, and it actually ends up going with the follow-up after getting the mark onto Delena. The It's Jeff Millennia, nowhere to run. Days getting the swipe up to find Millennia after using the It's Jeff. Nowhere to also try to jump in and reposition the double Black Cat circle here that you currently see as well, put down by Days. Valentina finding Vinny. Overtime, now taking down Mello. Has been marking everyone on this Phoenix. It is so deadly. The Sia now over, just as a little cherry on top for Swamp Gaming taking the dub.
It's a clinic. I mean, an absolute just beat down, if you will. I mean, they have found and locked up all these Thieves, at least in this Dom map. And you know what? Satan's greatest soldier and Jeff, they have so many different duelists. It doesn't fear, right, Vicky? Like Iron Fist, punch away. Black Cat's not one of them. Quick whip, slip with the pursuit, and you're gone. And we saw that. They've got to protect. Forget the Daredevil. Find a way to get whatever Millennia and Winnie are comfortable on. But there it is. We got our first win. Swamp Gaming put up the #1. We're going to go to match number 2. Spoiler, probably Museum of Contemplation. We'll find out on the other side of this break.
Them boys stagger. Well, when we come back, let's hop on a big little one. Hit somebody with a whale.
Those who oppose me shall be left.
Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
You are in the presence of royalty. You would be wise to show some respect. How refreshing.
They come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
Attack them! Is mercy. Drown them!
Good job, fighter.
Oceans protect me!
Extermination!
Protect your king!
Shields up. I'm losing control. Fire mode.
And dangerous!
I am ready to put on a show.
You never had a chance.
Supernova!
My battle has only just begun.
I am ready to put on a show.
Protect your king!
Extermination!
Protect me!
Shields up.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Namor does not lose.
Disappear.
Double sway! My favorite time!
I am ready to put on a show. Undefeatable. Undefeatable.
Like the tide, Namor always. Denizens of the deep. Ionic magic. Cleanse this place. Not great. Healing power. Perfect. Denizens of the deep.
This body is compromised.
Shields up.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
I am ready to put on a show.
Again! What are you aiming at? Tremble before blast!
Denizens of the deep. Drown them.
Keep up, Hollow!
How refreshing. Drown them.
Extermination!
I will not be stopped so easily.
Only 60 seconds left.
Vortex field.
It just wasn't
Typical air breather.
Fireball.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Supernova! Denizens of the deep.
I am ready to put on a show. 30 seconds.
Cleanse this place.
The other team is about to disappear.
David never moves!
Charlotte Witch awaits your
Protect your double strike! Just
Shields up.
expected.
Well, you can't expect them all.
I hit 2 with a whale.
On exactly how Swamp Gaming dominated against 100 Thieves in a very quick map 1.
Certainly was a one-sided game. I mean, I thought maybe Cozy we were going to get a little bit more from 100 Thieves. Do you think this was a bit of a momentum shift in terms of like who was able to capture the point first, for example? Because we've definitely seen how advantageous that can be at getting hold of the first point.
It was lost the second we saw the backline lock in what they did, in my opinion. And then they also were kind of banking a lot in Self being able to counter Daze. But here's the thing that's tough about Swamp and the way they play. You know, Kraz being on the Venom mainly got the cap there too, sure. But having that, when you've got Phoenix's Sparks, right? They're popping off too. That allows Daze to just clean up what's left. And that whip into a pursuit does it so quickly, or the triple slash, that there's just not a lot of reaction time. And then you combine all of that, Gaskin, with Valentina playing Luna, so you have even more DPS being pumped out. There's just no chance.
Yeah, maybe we need to see more people start to pick up that Luna. I don't want to see all these DPS Lunas, right? I've seen everyone try it on my social feed. Stop it. Use her as a strategist, please. Stop throwing my games. Although, to be fair, with the freeze, she's kind of insane at the moment here, Vic. All right, we're going into map 2, guys. And certainly, it's not looking great for 100 Thieves. Where do they take this? Because I know you're going to give me Museum of Contemplation. Sure, goes in because they've been there before. Do you think they're going to go for the tried and tested, the standard, or do they pull something out here?
Maybe Wakanda. That's the only other one, but you already know we did the ad raid. This is the other ad raid. It's usually Museum of Contemplation. I'm not going to try to be any... Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on, folks.
What?
A symbiotic surface. Okay,
Huh?
you know what? I remix. What you got cooking up over here? This is definitely unconventional, to say the least.
I mean, Vicky, you seem to always get symbiotic surface when you're casting. I don't know. Maybe it's just they want you to be able to narrate this one for us. Do you think this gives 100 Thieves a chance?
I definitely think it's something very different. So for the fact that we're not sponsored by MOC out here, guys, this is what I like to see, but also learning from your history, right? Last time these two teams played, Museum of Contemplation went Swamp's game, but it was still very close in that 3-2 fashion. Now changing the scenery for us, though, and it digs into that pick and ban phase, Gaskin.
All right, well, speaking of the lock and ban phase, that's where we're going to go. You guys have got Cozy and Vicky Kitty to take us through the lock and ban phase, and of course, our cast. Enjoy this one.
Oh my gosh. All my notes were on Museum of Contemplation. I got to throw them all away now. What's happening? Look at this. They go right into the rocket save of their own. They saw the strat, and they were like, for the love of God, we need something to keep our backline, healthy and able. And that's probably going to go to Winnie. Millennia doesn't play rocket whatsoever. So there's the ban going on over, trying to get rid of Self's Daredevil. And in response, it's going to be that exact rocket save.
Also enabling the Black Cat too in a map where you are going to be in some close sight lines as well. So 100 Thieves have to consider that when it comes to Mellow and either Glartrox or Phoenix. Obviously, Phoenix, combine that together with the Sia, is going to be deadly. But then you have the verticality, especially on that first point when it comes to these flanking angles with a Star-Lord. It's so hard here. But 100 Thieves going over to that Daredevil, that's what they want to prioritize here. So that way, if they need to, they could also get enabled and if they want to throw out with the Black Cat.
They go with the Daze ban, right? They have Daredevil out already, which is actually a great hero for Clintar, for those that care. I mean, this is definitely a map where you're going to have a lot of advantage being able to see. I think they're going to give the Black Cat. If they double ban here, I mean, heck, they definitely, you know, yeah, listen, it's what I wanted to see. I said go for Daze, go for an X Factor on this team because the other ones are too flexible. Daze is the only hero pool you can pick on Vicky, and they do it.
Yep, and I like this. Now the adjustments here, we get to see what that last save is going to be for Swamp Gaming. Do you want to help prioritize that backline, or do you want to take out something a little different if you're feeling confident? We're going to find out, because you did highlight Cozy Kraz at the very beginning, too. It's still going to be the Luna. Okay, so enable that backline, obviously. You're going to give Valentina, Eve, Luna, and you have Forky Dog on Rocket. Okay, so no changes there, but no surprise as well with how strong Luna has also been.
Do they like? So here's the thing: you go Phoenix, he's gonna go Bucky though. So it doesn't really matter what you do on this ban towards the duelist side of things. So you probably then try to shut down. I want to go Vanguard. So it's Phoenix. It is okay. Fair enough. Listen, I try to put a lot of stock and research into these two teams and just how they like to play, and just try to make them uncomfortable. And I think Vicky, this is your best line outside of Rocket.
Yeah, and I like how you called it out too. We talked about the flexibility of Mello, but you know, if you don't see the Phoenix, you usually also get to see Mello if he wants to get a little different with the Star-Lord, the Phoenix Protect on their side as well. So they're going to have that Sia combo too, and they're also going to be able to kind of break down that early choke if they want to help enable a dive composition. Now this final ban here, where are you going to go here at the same time? Because if you're Swamp Gaming, it's going to be the Loki. Okay, I actually really like this as well, because then you won't be able to have either the Mantis come through with that team up, but also being able to get that copy double Sia is actually insane. So that way, in case you do want to be able to try to utilize the Sia, you won't get two of it from the Endsong Inferno that's only used on one.
Yeah, I think they're going to go Invis Rocket for the backline here, which is a heck of a lot better than the Fox and Adam, right? Like, we can all agree on that.
Oh, my goodness.
It also stops a little bit of that triple strat stuff, because we keep talking about Swamp Gaming doesn't like, you know, the term people like to say cheese, right? But also just like neutral play. Like, they don't want anything too crazy. They want to keep things right in front of them. And honestly, on this map, the Phoenix pick here, especially on first point and third point, I like Vic.
Yep, I also really like it when you're playing close quarters and you get enough space if you force out a stagger to get already up ahead on that second checkpoint. But Cozy, this is only a best of 3, and Swamp Gaming currently are sitting at match point in a very dominating takeover for that first map. We're rolling out of the gates. Swamp Gaming, once again, will be rolling out on the defensive side of things. Daze hovering over the Wolverine. You know, I also really like this map for Wolverine when it comes to trying to get these kidnaps into forcing them into the choke that the attacking team is trying to adjust from. But now we get to see 100 Thieves rolling out on the attack side.
Well, it's the only thing left in his hero pool, if I'm being honest. So, like, where does he go from here? We haven't really seen it in Ignite. Folks at home, look out for one thing. The Rocket Amplifier coming up, and can they burn down the Insong Inferno from Delina? That's going to be a big X factor. 100 Thieves now pushing on the attack. This is their map, and Kraz, look at stalking behind. Something Cap would never do, but he's in the Black Knight armor, looking for more. This would be a great Venom map, but he chooses the first Avenger, Vicky, to get that pressure on Winnie in the backline. Get him uncomfortable to start. Delina already aware of it. Great comms, rotating into this little awkward bit of a box here, because it does force kind of immediate action. Let's see how they choose to take it.
It's a really good thing they banned Phoenix, huh? Because then this rotation exactly in the side room would be hell on earth for them to deal with. Vinny now already backing away. I like the comms too, and the way that 100 Thieves are trying to do what they do best, which is force the pace of this fight to work out in their favor. Slowly but surely, they're looking behind them. They're aware of where Kraz is, and you said he was being devious, hunting in the back line with that Dark Captain America skin here before diving back in, before going right over to the team. Delena does get mellow, but that uses up that BRB.
Yeah, absolutely. Now with quickly that res, though, that's why the Rocket is such a priority save. And we thought the Bucky would come out even with, you know, the next up available. He might go to the Star-Lord if able, but either way, they're going to go and just push in immediately. And you're seeing the comfort zone right away, Vic. They've got the Dino pick, which, gonna be honest, Vinny does not play often. We've seen here in the past, really no Dino, a couple maps at most. Does get that quick bite with the F, and just like that, the deletion and the amplifier. Look what happens when the backline looks comfortable.
They look comfortable, and their Sia isn't getting destroyed by an Ensong Inferno like what we just saw happen to Swap Gaming from Delena. Also, TTK having a big body that is scattergangy on the actual Dino allows that beam to retain itself onto that 100 charge very easily. And even though, you know, you may lack as strong as a frontline presence, it's just being able to be aware of when you can try to move back to the rest of your strategists who have been able to stay alive.
And I love the Star-Lord pick himself. Really has not shown it much at all in stage 1. So a little bit of an ace up the whole, you know, we heard about Paulie picking up Penny. Maybe Self has continued to get the reps on what is one of the climbing heroes this season with the Rocket. It's that much more. The show is going to go on from Valentina, one of the best in the scene, to keep Swamp Gaming perfect. We'll have to see. TTK, all eyes on the thighs, as now quickly the damage to try to capitalize on it, but nothing to come from it. Now we've got the scatter, the rampage going, the freeze from the downtown. Of course, going to happen from Valentina. And the last stand slams down the mixtape.
Stop. He was already KO'd here, and the BRB at least brings him back, resurrecting him like a zombie after getting double CC'd off that freeze and that torpedo. You're going to go in for the rampage now as Daze is going to let it loose here. He's staying alive for so long, and they find Scatter following up to catch Vinny here. Beautiful with the Sound of Seduction 2 from Kras coming in. Orky Dog is still holding on to that Sia, noting that Delena is also holding on to the Ensong Inferno.
Okay, so look out for this, right? They have the Legendary ready to go quickly. They need to go ahead and push that fast. Then you're going to have Orky Dog respond in reaction. Watch the Ensong. If they can crash it, they're going to push this point pretty damn far. Gonna go ahead and rotate out like what they're doing. If you're 100 Thieves, play aggressive, press W, continue walking, because you're gonna allow now Swamp Gaming to get a bit more. Self is just trying to get the last bit of it, and here it is. Legendary up in the sky. Can Self be the legend that 100 Thieves needs to get the 1 seed? But it's a rotation from Swamp that continues to impress. This team is always in sync, Vicky, and just like that, they're able to keep the amplifier on their side as well.
Yeah, they're not going to use that just to deal with the Galactic Legend, because we already know that Delena's going to follow up too with their own Sia. Nice freeze again onto Self. He's going to come crashing down the moment the Sia comes in. Not going to be able to destroy it though. Nope. This is big here, as Daze is going to be able to find Vinny next. Now the BRB does bring him back, but this is a good reset here for Swamp Gaming, as Mello does have that Kraken impact for the reset.
Yeah, colossal mistake. I mean, that's just going to be a bummer. Say goodbye to a minute and a half, right? They're going to be able to do it again. Like, that's good news. With 2 minutes and 40, you had a great first push, so you have that going for you, but watch out for the slam down of the nightmares we all know of again and again. Valentina ready for the show as well, so look out for that combo potentially as the purple lines up with Mello. Just like that, TTK buys a little bit of space, and Self gets the pick on Valentina with the ult as well. Go and walk that. Self with another. That's what we're talking about, as the Guardian of the Galaxy gets it done with the element guns.
But it's a double-edged sword when you still have the BRB until this very moment, though. Delena's Self, the rest of the 100 Thieves are walking up for free. Valentina still having that ultimate, because it also still delayed Valentina just a little bit once you were forced to come in from the resurrection animation of that BRB. And now 3 current members of Swamp Gaming had gone down very earlier. Now you're down to 1 minute and less than 53 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, just perfection on what you're looking for there. And either way, now they can build up to the combo. Oh, 1.83 meters. You're screaming to inches at this point. And just like that, Scatter going to go ahead and try to lead the rampage with the fossil. And that's going to get plenty of space and pressure. And now it's the Q fest. Press everything. Graphic cards begging for life. Kras, this should be painted blue with the Olymp feed with what they've committed, but that is why the Rocket is so priority. Vinny up and healthy once again. Now Kras getting all eyes on him. And the survivability here, Vicky, pretty impressive. Scatter does get Vinny once again, but still not bad if you're 100 Thieves.
The freeze, though, the retaliation now from the other side, and now you have the Galactic Legend, the BRB for Mello, but guess what? The rest of your team have been cleared out. Kras is the next victim to fall, and 100 Thieves, this is working out amazingly for them in the second checkpoint here, Cozy. Again, everybody's very close together, and now Swamp Gaming looking to make some readjustments now that the sightlines have opened up.
What a perfect time for Self to, you know, bust out the Star-Lord. We continue to talk about the patch is going to change. This is the last chance for 100 Thieves to show out on this patch, right? Like, what do you have that people haven't seen like this combined with the Rocket? That is why you got the backline comfortable, but also the ult combo they need, plus the response to the defense from the Phoenix. And this is much better to pull off that strat, Vic, with 2 minutes left in the outdoors, right? A little bit awkward indoors with Self, but still was able to get the job done. Days last stand, only thing standing for Swamp Gaming.
See if he could be that front wave of the opposition to try to track that Star-Lord 2 before backing away. Oh my goodness, Delena marking him right as he was getting melted by the Star-Lord. The PRB brings them back. The TTK show now has Mothers at 100% beam charge. It's going to slowly go back down, though. It's going to have to be a reset. You're not going to burn your diamond form just to retain this, because you have the Scion of Seduction, and you're nearing the end line of the final checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, just exactly what we were talking about early on with Phoenix and that front to back on this third point especially. It is absolutely ramping up for the Thieves now. The cart is cruising. Scatter does find TTK, but the backup ready to go. Be right back here and ready. TTK now, Q ready, mind is active, and they are just absolutely pushing the gas down on this getaway car in reverse.
Oh, he got the last stand into the open jaws of Scatter here, but they got to contest on the point. Look how close it was to hitting that finish line. TTK gets the slam and the grab onto Daze. Now you have the Insung Inferno immediately to retaliate onto the Sia. The Glartrox, though, in a sneaky angle from the back end, ends up scooping up a few. Melania is close to having the Fatal Bolt as a dance-off to bring everybody from 100 Thieves, because they're not going down without a fight.
Legend.
But now we have the double dance-off between Valentina and Melania.
Oh, Vic. Look, we got it. There's a combo. Winnie's just trying to get a little bit more juice. Doesn't matter with 30 seconds anyway. With Valentina popping that ult, now they have nothing in response, right? So this, unless Scatter can get his ult, that can keep the team alive a little bit. Go press W now. Now's the time. Aggressive mode activated. Got to find what you can. You're going to see Scatter now close. 92's not enough, Vic. They're going to push this thing and get the 300 Thieves. What a response, both in play and in brains. Wow.
Finally.
Cozy WW on the awareness there too. I love how you highlighted the stakes at the very end, because like you said, there was no sustain. Once that was used, once we saw that Sia get online, that is the win con that they get to lean into, because that is what has allowed them to get every single checkpoint. The combo of the Sia together with the Galactic Legend, if there's nowhere to kite away from, especially if you can't give a progress on the point, well, guess what? It's just the nail in the coffin. Look at this. Winnie has not gone down a single time. It feels nice when you get to play the game, you know, when you're on the back line of 100 Thieves having to deal with this dive onslaught of Swamp Gaming.
Look at Vinny with 5 deaths compared to everybody else. Like, so that, first of all, that's why Rocket is so good, right? Because it allows the mistakes to happen, and it just doesn't really matter when you're able to respond back and forth. Like, you have to be so perfect if you're the strategist backline here, because of the answers that they have to the pop quiz that is this comp at the moment. Listen, Gaskin asked this early. How do you ban against them? And I thought it was going to shut down and make one player uncomfortable. Daze being, you know, obviously still 4 eliminations, such a great player all around, but at least showing a little bit of give here. And I mean, it's looking like we might have a 1-to-1 map 3 in the BO3 on what, again, I've highlighted is the match of stage 1.
It also makes you wonder that if this is going to be the pick and ban phase that we continuously see and we go into a map number 3, will Daze stay here because he's forced to play on the Wolverine with a lack of flexibility when you get target banned between a Daredevil and Black Cat too? So, you know, you try to get these kidnaps, you try to get the follow-ups with the chomps from Scatter, but it's been difficult as Valentina now has access to that Loki. As 100 Thieves, they got a banned against them here. A nice little freeze onto Scatter, but this is going to be the combo to at least help enable getting a second Sia on the table.
Yeah, it's kidnap combo a little bit too. Scatter and Daze just trying to see if they can get back to their team something of value, right? That's really what Daze can offer with the hero pool he has available. It's crazy to have a player as great as him with somewhat of a limited hero pool, if you will. And again, they try to capitalize on it. And look at this aggression right off the rip. Good rotation from Delena to go back and get the poke on. You've got that advantage as the Phoenix here, and Daze is deleted. Not much you can do with all eyes on you. And brought back to life. We're going to try again here. Obviously, ult's not a factor. Going to be neutral play. And if Thieves can get this first fight, gives them so much advantage, Vic.
Dude, like, Delena had, what was it, like almost 30k damage done in that first round alone, and you're gonna try to contest moving up to the point in this side room where the Phoenix is just blasting you. Look at the rocket orbs too, keeping everybody up alive. Forky Dog just hugging the side of the corner. But this is great. They're just waiting for this Sia. They're gonna follow up with a wobble combo with Mello too, who also wants to go in with the Galactic Legend. But Daze getting marked, having to be careful, playing Ring Around the Rosie behind the cards. Here comes the Sia. You try to go diving in, and Sung Inferno's obviously gonna delete it, but Valentina gets it right on time. The God of Mischief comes in, but you still lost out on 1. The BRB still brings back Vinny, and since the BRB was used up from Forky before, they cannot have Scatter in this fight.
And they're able to match it. What an unconventional Rocket Loki, but that is how you can at least make one in-song irrelevant. And with Delena down early, they're still able to keep things afloat. Melophobia now going to go in and capitalize on both of these strats. Not having much out. The show is ready, and Blue is painting the field for protection. Kraz going to try what they can, but Self gets it done. The Star-Lord active for this map and map alone, and just like that, able to hold strong with just a tick left on the meter. 2 minutes and 3 seconds. This would be a big win and fight to set it back to the neutral.
Biggie, the biggest difference that we just saw right there, Cozy, was the fact that Valentina didn't have the wobble combo with Mello, who did not have the Galactic Legend. Now Scatter goes on a rampage here, and they get the grab. They have to still contest on the point. You were just talking about it, but no, they don't stay on this. They are feeling the pressure from the rampage, and Kraz, although finds Sue here, now they can clear up so much more of the space as they force out more of these staggers.
What a legit like counter play with the Loki and Rocket, like just to have that forethought of like how to continue to answer what has been both an offense and a defensive angle, right? Like Valentina, we know, is one of the best in flex, right? Just has so many options to roll to, and even though you want that Luna for a lot of the extra pressure and DPS, this allows you with the lanterns, with the survivability, you know, because there's some early picks there, to give your team a much better shot. And look at setting up early, really help this team get this past the first little pressure point. Looking at 100 Thieves and how they want to adjust, they're going to stay the same. And I would say Vic, ult advantage, definitely going towards Swamp. We'll see how Daze chooses the last stand.
Especially with Vinny now going in for the rampage. Daze, he wanted to go in for the opportunity. They try to counter it immediately. The Sia now coming in right afterwards from Forky Dog, and there is no Ensong Inferno to deal with it. All this onslaught of damage as Daze comes slamming down with the final stand here. The last stand, that's the last thing they're going to be seeing before they go back over to the spawn room gates. And that's a beautiful wipe and so much space and time to work off of.
Yeah, but Forky Dog did use that ult, right? So they now have Delina, and they should be able to counter this, right? Like all eyes on that Ensong once again, because if they can slam down right here, here comes the amplifier. Delina looking for it. Can they slam it down and end it? Good positioning for the amplifier as well. They burn it. It does not connect. That's what you need if you're Swamp Gaming. Get them in the mud. Nice and dirty as they push through. Point 2.
No way. What? All right, Cozy, was that because the payload was moving right in the open doors of that portal into the Ensong Inferno, which crashed on the other side? What?
The placement was so good because there's really virtually like Delina. I understand the call, like trying to get it to it, but man, that is a tough. It's just tough to land the bird because they're all looking for it at that point, right? Like they've ult tracked, they know it's coming. This is now going to make this point much easier to get through. 3 minutes 50, 40 seconds left is an eternity as Melophobia's got the legend up in the sky. Self's going to try to match with the amplifier. Has the advantage by far, but the tree protects from the symbiote. Pushing forward, all going to Emma. Focus on Self, but Self knows just enough to stay alive. TTK tries to answer the call as well. Would have probably liked it, was not able to get the counter on Mello. Had to use then Self's amplifier plus and kind of wasted at that point. Now pushing in just for survival. Not my favorite ult, but at least going to give them a bit more wiggle room as time is ticking down, but still an eternity on the clock.
And now BRB coming into and already used up. They have so much time, as you've already mentioned, and Scatter is making that time work for them. Forky shoving the rocket gun into TTK. And I like how you highlighted too, the Silent Seduction unfortunately wasn't online to deal with Mello, and now we're getting some desperate swaps because they cannot afford to sit down as they are at the map disadvantage. Swamp Gaming are looking at victory in sight with a huge time bank right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to give them so many mistake-free plays if they want to, as now, once again, the amplifier up and ready. The strat was adjusted. Valentina's in lock and load. Now they burn it quickly, but doesn't matter because Valentina going to get the copy and the pressure right away, as you see here. Last stand ready as well. Daze can capitalize on that damage. Melophobia finds one. Self 2.5. This is pushed through with 2 minutes time left. And Vicky, it all goes back, in my opinion, to the portal placement there. I believe from Vinny was the swap on over to that point, right? You had to find the right portal because they knew and they were ready. Did not give them any chance to slam down and ultimately push through point 2. I mean, cruising.
I'm just astonished at the placement of the Sia as well from Valentina. Like that into the portal placement where the payload was already getting extended on and moved right at the mouth of the portal. Oh my goodness. Cozy, now we get to look at the stats here. We were just highlighting Delena and the damage output. Sure, you got 44.6k. We know what that Phoenix could do. The finals are shining here for Self, getting those 14 finals, but Swap Gaming on the speed run and having the Loki as well as the Rocket to bait out the Ensong Inferno is crazy.
50k. I mean, Valentina, just so entertaining to watch. I tell you, it's just what makes this backline and reminds us why this team is just so scary. And that, I think, highlights why they're so good. They answer. You know how many teams would kind of just continue to run their head into the wall? That was what happened on the first point with having Delina as the counter. But Swamp Gaming is so fast to adjust, right? They're ready for situations just like this. They don't wait to innovate. They are the innovators, and that is what you need to have in Rivals at this scene. 100 Thieves now look to really find a miracle because at this point, all that extra time is that much more ults that you're going to have to deal with. Thieves have 1 minute and enough for Winnie to maybe get something for the amplifier. We'll have to see, Vic. Let's see how they choose to attack it. Looks like the tank's going right. Everyone else up Main Street.
18K, by the way, with that Loki in that round is insane. The way that Valentina was able to get the lamps on site here and not get destroyed by the Endsong Inferno, as it could wipe that out. But look at this rotation that we're currently seeing from 100 Thieves. Talking about the way that they wanted to try to approach this with Vinny being on the cap now, understanding, okay, well, we just got to go next here. That portal play wasn't the way to go. And now you see Delena taking a different off angle, just trying to see Swamp Gaming and maybe try to forcibly bait them. The lamps are already used up. That's communication now 100 Thieves are sharing before maybe trying to backtrap. But if they can find somebody right here, they can continuously oppress them here on the high ground.
It's a little awkward, though. Like, it doesn't really help lean to the comp they're trying to run. But either way, they are grouping up, giving plenty of space now. Just trying to push forward and get damage to help out Winnie. Maybe get that amplifier. Can they even get the first tick? That would go a long way, right? And maybe potential, but 3 minutes is an eternity. TTK now just trying to find the target. Days looking low, and there's the self-bubble. That's going to make it tough to isolate. TTK finds one. There's the res. Going on Days is actually a good, not a great use for it, right? You'd want that on maybe anyone else at that point, but Delena Thieves on with 1 minute. Maybe going to cap it, Vic. And here comes the ult. Valentina up first with the amplifier. Mello finds the first. Winnie down. That is it. Crucial. That's going to be the fight. I'm sorry. That was such a big pick.
Oh my goodness. The fact that they also couldn't stop out the Sia and they force out the Endsong Inferno. That's another body off the point here too. Less oppression here as well. Great way on forcing them back. They did get 66.5%, but Swamp Gaming sped ran when they were on the attack, Cozy.
Dear God. I mean, that was moments from being actually a very, I don't want to say winnable, right? Because you got 3 minutes, but still impressive push. Now you're going to have to, I would say, maybe lean into, I don't know, do you go like something cheese or just go with your best? All right, they're going to continue with what was working the first time and just kind of hope to get ult advantage and maybe win first fight in neutral fast and then try to go from there. I love this, though, Vic. Go with the portal. You have the time, right? Like, you might as well go with that early surprise, right? And see what you can grab. But Swamp Gaming adjusting so well.
6.3K, by the way, in addition to the, less than minute that we saw Valentina healing with those lamps. That just also highlights how much damage Delena's putting in when everyone was fighting in that side room. But then you talk about the Sia, you talk about getting Delena out of the fight in that Endsong Inferno, and that's Valentina getting that ultimate faster than the original Forky Dog rocket ult. Like, that is actually disgusting. Crazy. And that's with the pressure of the locations of the Loki clones on this point, which goes so hard when you get to mix match the high to low ground disparity where you put down those clones.
6K healing. We could do the math because it was at 50K. 6K healing in a minute is, yeah, kind of disgusting. And throwing some damage numbers as well. And that's going to get that all on fire. That is why Valentina, one of the best in the scene if you're new around here. Days low fast. That's a quick pop of a headshot there. Most likely from Delena. Delena already looking a bit low. And again, they have to win this fast and try to get some pick early. And even with that, you have to respawn, right? So Days going to go with a different approach than the others. Go ahead and throw down that spawn. So now this just makes it tough. They're playing with that awareness in mind. They have so much time to give at this point. Again, they abandoned the portal thing just to try to go up and early with the aggressive approach. Scatter now, going to see what they can do. Okay, Vic, I don't mind the passive play at the moment.
Yeah, again, we see this a lot from 100 Thieves, but they were still trying to brute force their way through that one corridor, whereas we're seeing different split sight lines on the high ground. They're literally encompassing 100 Thieves. They feel pressure. They're trying to kite away. A nice little freeze up the scatter here, too. But look at the ult economy, too. Comparatively, Forky Dog is closer to that Sia, and you see Valentina is right there to get the double. You get the PRB, but Days goes crazy, wipes out the front line here. TTK and Vinny go down, Winnie to me, and it's just a matter of time as Swamp Gaming, they're looking to take over 100 Thieves unless Delena has something to say back. The BRB, Mello, but you again have to look at the old economy. Delena and what? Vinny actually holds it down. That was crazy. The pressure from the Phoenix.
Yeah, this is huge, right? Because now they have the response to essentially one of the amplifiers. Obviously, Forky and Valentina are in lock there. And then you have Winnie that can match the other, right? So now it's just like eyes on self, eyes on Delena. Can they get it done against these two talented duelists? And Days just took those bans personally and got the two-piece to start, but wasn't enough. Vinny going first can't happen again. I think he's up to like 16 deaths at this moment, and it doesn't matter what the stats say if you can come away with the most important one, and that is the one next to the name to make it to 3. Here comes Valentina early. Amplifier up. They burn it. They cannot get it, and now they have 2, Vicky. That's going to put virtually an impossible job now for 100 Thieves. Millennia getting the show ready, though. Does get that ult nice and healthy to keep the team up, but Days found the last stand.
Wait.
Woo!
Oh, and then you have the legendary, but guess what? It's too little, too late. You've lost out on 3. No BRB to save you here. The fact that they did not burn that first seal was the nail in the coffin as Swamp Gaming close it in the books for this next series. They're the winners against 100 Thieves.
Star-Lord says it best. Hot. Thought you had me, right? I mean, just perfect play from Swamp Gaming in adjustments and just, you know, not crumbling under the pressure. That was that first wipe. It came down to matching those ults. And, man, after the first push, Vic, they didn't...
feel bad for them. Let's go. Okay, now we can try this bit. 700. Still don't have an armor 700.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Take a moment and enjoy the peace. It won't last for long. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. Those monsters are hungry.
Shut up.
Fascinating. Now who's
It is
the real
loud now.
monster? Either way, slow down. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster?
We are cool. We are cool.
Vampires have arrived. Vigilantes never surrender. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. I knew you wouldn't give up easily, but now it's time to see if you're truly worthy. Impressive, but I will find a way to break you. If I can break your bones, I'll bend the will instead. If I can break your bones, I'll bend the will instead. Another less than noble. Impressive. But I will find a way to break you. Impressive. But I will find a way to break you. I won't let you win! Less than noble sacrifice.
They're not putting out enough damage, man.
You did your best, but your services
It's cool.
are no longer needed. It's time for Mayor Fisk to rebuild the city.
Crap. Two minutes. Oh, brap. ABB. Blood. Some blood. How to cover blank. New move? Oh yeah, I gotta watch backgrounds.
I am Groot.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this.
I am Groot.
Try to make it yours.
I am Groot. I am Groot.
Try to make it last. You almost lost me there. Down. A nice deep freeze. They've come from behind. You can still turn this Try to make it last. They come from behind. But you can still turn this around.
Unfit for this world.
They've come from behind. But you can still turn this around.
The moon haunts you.
Judge, jury,
Don't mess with the amazing
executioner!
Spider-Man!
But you can still turn this around.
The moon haunts you!
Maximum pulse!
But you can still turn this around. I am Venus! I am
Really?
They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
Feel the wrath of the
The moon haunts you!
I am Venus! Well, you can't expect them all.
A one-sided fly quest. Do we think Nightmare can make something of this? We start off at burning T'Challa. Give me some hope here, because my expectation is probably a 2-0 to FlyQuest, but I want to believe that Nightmare can throw something at them here.
I think they can. I mean, like, listen, first of all, just play like super fast and loose, and they do that well on domination. And if they can win Dom, or if they lose Dom, I'm sorry, just like, let's just close the curtains. But if they don't, or if they do, they're able to get a lot of things, you know, really going their way, because you can then get Fly uncomfortable, which they do well under pressure. But there's something to be said. Like, we see this all the time in other sports, whenever it's like the end, like week 16 in the NFL or whatever, and they're able to get upsets because they've got nothing to lose. Like, just play loose, have fun.
Exactly what I was thinking. Now the pressure is off for Nightmare. Can they play spoiler here in this group? Guys, take over the draft.
Alrighty. Vic, look at the difference. What we got, 2 gambits off the table. Surprise.
2 gambits, no surprise there. And of course, keep gambit banned, especially in all my games here. The Rocket Raccoon going out next, but Cozy, I just have to highlight what you and guys were saying. Like, I want to see something funny coming out, right? Like, at this point, Nightmare have nothing to lose. Now you get to try to experiment here too and try to stop what FlyQuest is trying to do and trying to secure their comfortable positioning here as the Phoenix is going to get protected. They do see that Rocket ban as well from the other side here, so they're not going to be able to combo that Galactic Legend or that Endsong Inferno, as they're, of course, going to go out for the ban of the Rocket Raccoon, but they did protect that Phoenix, so it is that answer that they have to consider.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Velocity does play plenty of the Luna, so that's where they're going to get comfortable. But honestly, you know what? I'm calling it now. Like, my kind of like, if things get crazy, if Light goes to Iron Fist, that's when you know it's like the full, like,
oh my,
full send. I'm just, we might see it. Who knows? But either way, I do like the Phoenix save. It sets up their, who I think is really the anchor for the team in SJW for more success here. And so you've got a very interesting look. FlyQuest maybe trying to get some reps on their triple, Vic. They like to do this. They have Mantis, you know, up for grabs. That Melio would be playing the role.
Okay, wait a minute though, but it's also experimenting a little bit on FlyQuest's side too, right? Because if they're feeling that confident, they ban out the White Fox next and predicting maybe that triple strap from coming out, but it could also be a little bit of a bait as they are going to be able to protect the Black Cat on their side. Coming over from the FlyQuest side, they don't want to try to enable that Black Cat, so maybe also procting a White Fox ban on their side if they want to be able to feel comfortable in that regard.
Yeah, so no Iron Fist yet, because that's where
Luna.
Light's going to play. I think Daredevil is the most comfortable for them, and then it would be Black Cat after. So you got the Luna ban, which is a strong one. To have Luna and Mantis and then ban that on the opposition, hello, yeah, have fun with that. Going to be a tough one, because it just enables what they're going to do so well. They have a couple comps they can roll with this now, Vic, and it's going to be interesting what they decide to do. You know, if I'm FlyQuest here, you know, this is it. This is such an important game, so they're not taking this lightly at all, and they're really locking in.
I was going to say, you know, maybe FlyQuest also feeling a bit confident, too, because this backline for FlyQuest just looks so good, and we know about the flexibility. You talk about the Luna Loki as well originally here, too, but this is going to be a lot of damage coming out from FlyQuest. I'm excited to see how this backline works.
I'm going to be honest, though. I don't love, like, the Phoenix ban from Nightmare. Now that I look at it, it's like, I guess, right? Because Tuzi is going to play Elsa. If not, then the Star-Lord at that point, right? So the Phoenix ban, although is popular, I think, by looking at meta standards, may not have been exactly what was needed for this team. And this is what we thought might happen. They're going to do a little bit of something untraditional. Hello, once again, Penny Parker. Don't know if we'll see it when the gates open. But you know what?
Penny
At this point, wouldn't be surprised.
What the? Black Widow. All right, no, absolutely not. You're talking about the Iron Fist. I'm excited to see what Nightmare is bringing to the plate, because if you're going to talk about the pressure of performance, if you do want to go out with a bang here, Cozy, I know there's a lot of eyes currently on Mace and how he's been able to make these adjustments too with the rest of his team. And already rolling out of the gates, Nightmare, they are going to be able to rely on that White Fox and Black Cat team up.
Yep, and that's why the ban on the Elsa probably should have happened. Have you seen Tuzi and that Glartrox running high? You can't, as the monster will come out. But Light gonna be repping the new pink racer suit for the Black Cat. A lot of new Black Cat mains doing the slow walk on that one, as SJW gonna rotate over on the low side, trying to see if they can get the aggression early. Mello just getting right in at the cat, whipping and clipping, finding something with Tuzi, and now with Mace out early, that's gonna force Nightmare to try to get back to spawn as fast as possible to reset.
And it's so much pressure on SJW to match that in terms of the damage output that we've seen from Tuzi. Sure, Tuzi doesn't have access to the Phoenix, but everyone's going to be playing pretty close to get out of these chokes with already the advantage on the point going in favor for Fly. But you also could see Cart trying to dive down together with Melio, getting information before backing away, because Light has now swapped over to that Daredevil.
Yeah, so the Daredevil, the other most played, right? And this can be a good response to Melio. In the past, this has been really the Achilles heel where they can't get the value they're looking for. And there's the battle right now to watch out. As a Black Cat player myself, it's the one I like the least. You know, Daredevil, when getting those combos off, can be a lot. If you miss anything, it's going to be your destiny. But there it is. Velocity finds SJW. The trade there, disgusting quickly. And it would have been the freeze if not. Cart on the cap, going to get more done. And FlyQuest are on a quest to get this win and make things not even close to a discussion.
And looking for the Black Friday sale too, and all the money that we're seeing Melio rack up. Big money bucks here, but we also have to talk about the fact that here on this point for this first round, Zelos could also go in for an It's Crazy It's Jeff, as well as him getting very close to being able to have that ultimate. Jeff is so good at playing into some of these comps as the Light v Cart matchup comes in. They try to get the chop on him, but Cart is so good at navigating away.
Yeah, that's definitely more of like this map pick. Zelos has played Jeff about 3 times in stage 1, mainly on the White Fox. Obviously, that's not going to be available. Then goes to the Invis. So it would have been Invis, but I like the Jeff pick for the Wakanda Falls here and the battle alone. And wow, just going to throw a spitball there on Impunity on your way out. What a way to get that one done. Light now is fueling with the Fury. You can see and trying to get something rolling for this team, Vicky. But we said just play loose. Go out there, do what you can. Maybe this is what they drew up, but right now not working.
Now you have the Ensong Inferno, but FlyQuest are nearing already 95% on the point in their favor. Calling card in the pockets of Melio. Looking to have some fun, also getting some information. Oh, hello, SJW, as they're going to have their 1v1 overtime ticking away. You see Impunity desperately trying to get onto the point, gets the dive here into trying to harass the back line. Calling card is going to be activated. The Banhammer doesn't find itself onto Melio, but it does proc Velocity and that Fate of Full Throats. The dance-off happens, the Ensong Inferno comes crashing down, and that's something that also Zelos could use to their advantage if they keep on withholding this It's Jeff. Now you get the slide and you find Pain. No sustain now left for the rest of Nightmare. This support pool was definitely not going to do it, and neither was Pain because Melio is the raid boss.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was just grand larceny there from Melio on the Black Hat. Honestly, wanted to see more reps from Melio playing Black Hat as well. So nice to try to get those in there. Kind of like Swamp, we would see, Madian come in. They would get some like kind of practice reps. Although I would say this is a win that they have to have. Still, I mean, just zeros across the board. And it's the back line and really Mace there that have just fallen so early. That Dino we've seen on the losing teams is the one getting punished often and early. Vicky, I mean, you can let the devil out. You can get a little symbol going. It's not going to be enough with the first Avenger and co.
I don't think so. I mean, at this point, Melio is just basically practicing blackjacking bandits because he's literally just stealing everything away from them. It's just been so difficult when you're also dealing with the double dive in the space that you have with the retaliation of the Captain America from the side of FlyQuest. Now, coming out of the gates, though, I don't also think that was enough sustain. We did see, Trust trying to force out the White Fox, but now trying to match that together with the Jeff.
Yeah, and really their problem on that map is Mace just died first every time, right? So like you're going to stagger or reset, and so like what are you going to do from there? It's just tough. Like you have to be able to not allow the stagger because really there was no fights on point. Usually it's a phone booth, right, Vic? But like it often was just like a reset and picks in between. But now kind of working all together as one. The symbol didn't do much now as they're going to go and try to maybe get some value from Light, who's not with the team because wants the pick and. It's on the left side there you see, not going to get much, and there it is again. Wow.
Can we talk about the early engagement of the double freedom charge where it was like PEMDIS, both of them canceling each other out until both teams would try to speedrun their way out to the point right there. The big first pick, though, allowing Techie and Elliot to now move up. You saw the reset from Pain earlier, too. Impunity is just going to be able to match that with the rest of the team before making the swap over to the group.
Oh my gosh, yeah, just absolutely, yeah, it was from the movie, right? When you had both the Caps fighting each other. It felt like a moment from the MCU once again. Kevin Feige predicting the future here in MRC Stage 1. Techie trying to build up, get that XP rolling and flying. This is such a great player to have against Dino, but also here in Domination, you can just, let that thing carry over to the next round, and you get better, right, as you go zone to zone. So Techie now just quite literally leveling up across the board. Mace does get a pick on Tuzi. This would be their window. SJW matching as well. So at this point, you go ahead, push on in with comfortability, but Fly is going to go ahead and just adjust to this well, give the point up. They're not worried. They have plenty of sustain coming in a moment with Velocity and Zealous.
Okay, KOs. We're seeing KOs finally get put on the board here for Nightmare. That first round, once again, was very rough here, but still now being able to put a board is how you shift this momentum. Mace coming in to find Melio. They're controlling good amount of space here with FlyQuest really only getting that 45%, and in Nightmare still have these 3 ultimates to work with.
Yeah, let's see how they kind of manage these ults, right? Impunity, I like the switch on over to the Groot as well. It's his second most played. He's usually a Venom. Cap is there. But this is kind of a good answer that I think, especially if you don't use too much here, right? Even in your quick play games, you'd be like, don't use everything at once. We only need a couple. Back Cap happening, though. Watch the meter fill up. Certainly it's Melio, if you had a guess. Nope, going to be the card doing what he does best, being that nuisance that you have to deal with on the Symbiont. SJW with the nice quick combos, but so much health on the Venom. Card falls, and now Nightmare Look what they've got, Vicky. Don't use too much here. Continue to get this point climbing.
Ooh. Oh, that's a big E. Oh, hasta la vista. Pain is gone, and so are Velocity and 2C, which means it's another full reset as Cart swaps over to the Hulk. That's something Cart, for the last few days that we've seen Cart, Cozy, pop off the most on, which is deviating the attention of the enemy team to all focus on him while he tries to split that and create space for his team.
Yeah, he called it the rage switch. Always seems to work out like it did with Sentinels. You know, it gets mad enough, it quite literally goes to the Hulk. It's quite canon if you ask me. And with that, Velocity going to go ahead and go and walk with the team as the show is on. And the fate of both worlds is going to combine with Zelos. Yeah, you don't want to double ult, but this time use it here because of what Nightmare did in response. Melio's got to find some value. SGW is the target. There's the reset one. Looking for more. Melio does have plenty of funds as well. So much to use at the value. Use it all there. But just like that, continues to find it, and there it is. Let's see if they can get yet another reset, and now gonna go ahead and not get the target intended, but got the point back. And if you look at Nightmare Vic, it's neutral to try to get this thing back.
I love the communication that we're seeing from FlyQuest too. You saw that Manhammer and Melio just immediately following up over onto the victim that is SJW, just so that way you could get that reset. Now, not only do you take over the point, as Nightmare are at 91%, they don't really have that sustain to work off of, right? And 2C and Cart are ready for that stall to keep this into that last fight.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be hard to deal with Cart on this, and with what they have available, I'm gonna go ahead and just try to get something, you know, just keep them honest, right? Sometimes it's good to have that back half as you see Light try to get that rolling for the team, but Melio with a quick whip and finish with the clap of Cart too in the queue. Not much you can do. 83 and up, can swap on over, have the portal at play, gonna have to use it, but look at, they're pushing in. They know, and you know what Cart's gonna do here is get the exile, if anything. Gonna have something to protect this Impunity Strange portal.
Made the dino extinct here. The portal not to at least successful. They're literally hugging. There's no way. No way. They're hugging their spawn room gates. They're gonna make sure that doesn't even happen. Look at this. You said the Iron Fist. Nope. It's in the form of the Spider-Man. The Glartrox out. SCW at least found one, but it's too little, too late. Overtime ticking away as Velocity gets a finishing blow, and so does Techie. But I do not want to be the backliners for Nightmare because that was a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would say they'd rather lose than give Cart another clip, right? They're like, we're not going to let him exile our portal. And like, honestly, they couldn't, right? So there's not much you could do. But yeah, help out that back line because Cart's definitely not going to absolutely slam it down. FlyQuest gets the first Dom. And again, I said if Nightmare wanted to shock the world here, they had to get this one. Going to be real tough now as things will be resetting and we might find ourselves on the map of what Nightmare can try and see what they could do there. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Shut up, man.
No. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Every mortal is my subject. I rule all. I am very
Us against the world.
Fire mode!
Tremble before blast! What are you aiming at?
A nice deep freeze. Come close. I am ready to put on a show.
Boom! No skill shot!
I am barely harmed.
Armed and dead again!
No goddess is ever true.
Never fall!
I am Phoenix!
Tremble before blast! Tremble before blast! Much better. What are you aiming at?
Immortal than I.
Fantastic!
Strike deep, I am barely harmed.
Never miss! Behold the god of thunder!
I am ready to put on a show.
See the adversary.
Boom! No skill shot! Tremble before blast!
Us against the world. Much better.
people on this team because they were just such a cohesive unit. But in the end, we'll give it over to Velocity. Do you think that, like, FlyQuest as a team, they're probably thinking, hey, doesn't matter where you take us here in map 2, we're going to confidently take this one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. Let's call it what it is. They're definitely happy with how they're playing, and I think they're not sweating it too much. I mean, obviously, what I want to see is playing with dignity here at the end, right? If you're a Nightmare, obviously that was not the way you want the Dom to turn out. So let's end, you know, obviously this day 2 on a great competitive note is what I would like to see. You know, pro play at the end of the day is tough biz. It's just tough, especially when you're not winning. It definitely makes it that much harder. And for Nightmare, they got plenty of players on that team that, you know, want to win, want to continue to try to get it done. And, you know, you only get so many shots on this big stage, right? For some players, you know, it is what it is. It's going to be their last chance, right? So you want to just give it your all as we take a look at the stats. And, I mean, with Jarvis, we got to move on from this because this is tough to look at.
It's a difficult watch, that's for sure. But, you know, even though it's doom and gloom for Nightmare at the moment, you know, they still have a chance, even if it's a slim one right now. But realistically, Vicky, the expectation is looking towards relegation for them. We already know they're there. They're 0-4, so it doesn't matter what happens in this game anyway. Even if they were to win it, it will be a relegation situation where they have to fight against MRC teams to try and keep their spot going into stage 2, essentially. And then that's about the rebuild, right? It's about trying to find out what went wrong, what you can improve on. Is there any areas for Nightmare where you're like, all right, their backline definitely needs work? And that's no disrespect to any players. I just mean from a fundamental point of view, was there any areas they were struggling?
I feel like both the front line and the back line, we got to make sure that we have to talk about the vanguards and the strategists, but also it goes hand in hand, right? And when your foundation crumbles, it's just not there. Can, you know, the inclusion of Cyclops maybe change things up for this team? A complete rework of the roster itself? A lot of question marks too. Obviously, we don't know what role Cyclops is going to shoe into, but it's just a matter of that flexibility that has lacked from Nightmare and the individual players having to adjust around that and use the time necessary to be able to build into these other heroes.
Yes. Okay. Well, listen, Gaskin. You know what? Vic Gaskin couldn't take it anymore. He's like, I already know how this is gonna go. I'm out. No.
Yeah.
What's cool about this is just as a whole. First of all, you know, I've been waiting to cast Vic, and it always happens. I swear, it's like always these speed run games. It's like let's get this thing done with. But I love it. We gotta wait now a couple weeks after what is going to be the finale tomorrow of what has been a pretty crazy, you know, stage 1 here. But it's just so fun to watch pro play, even if it is going to be what some would deem this as a one-sided battle. But yeah, Vic, they were saying, or, you know, Gaskin was saying, what is something that they can do to change things up? It's like, is this where you just throw out? We've seen it in Land, the Blade, and, you know, like, it's like just go out there and try to do something silly.
I mean, do you really want to not even be able to take a single round? Like, not only have they not taken a single game, it's just not even been a single round. And if domination was your opportunity with how back and forth we've seen domination be before, Cozy, you're moving on to your map choice. And the best signs of life you had was in the preseason when other teams were trying to figure out the meta. There are still teams, even with these ultimate nerfs that we had across the table, still try to rely and see if they can still stick to what they maybe were comfortable with the triple strategist. Obviously, they were able to take advantage of that as now we take a look at where that next map is going to be taking us to. It will be Spider Islands. No longer MOC sponsored stream of Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, this is my first day in forever that I have not seen the museum, at least on my side of things. And honestly, I'm okay with it. Let's get a little look at Spider Island. I do think that Nightmare like to take it here. We've gone here at least once before. And like, hey, what a way that it could be if you could end on a high note. And this map does complement a lot of what they do well, if you will, right? There's not one player, there's not one thing to fix. It's, you know, other things. Obviously, Vision did so much for this team, if we're being honest, in the preseason. SJW, great player as well, but that is, you know, just speaks to how well and talented Vision is, who's now on the Sentinels. But we have FlyQuest, and we've got Nightmare and the big ban phase. So the Phoenix, not worth the ban, Vic. Let's start there, and we'll see if Nightmare can fix a mistake.
We could shoot the Ensong Inferno, guys. Like, remember, that's what we literally just saw in our last season, so that's something to consider even when you're playing in close quarters, like Spider Islands beyond that first point. But the Luna Snow Protect is going to come out. I'm a little worried there to see how that sustainability is going to come out, because it's looking very similar to our first map pick and ban.
And listen, I do think that Nightmare, if they do lose here, like they have players, like, it's funny when you watch pro play, it's like whenever you see a bad football team and people are like, man, like that football team could still smoke you as just a regular casual. Like, these are talented people, and we will see them mix in the MRC and trying to get in a reg and whatnot. And that's why you try to, you know, make most of every situation you have here. And if you get in on this note of even getting a map here, you know, and get that pride going. Rocket Raccoon down on both sides once again, so a bit of a mirror. And this is where things didn't go the way I thought they would for Nightmare. Changing it up. Another mirror ban with the Mantis.
Okay, no Mantis on the table either. And something else to consider too is maybe having a Loki into play. And I'm probably expecting maybe the White Fox to come out too. Maybe also the influx of the Emmas that we've been having out here, even for today. Yep, there is that White Fox Protect coming in as Nightmare are hovering over that last ban.
Yeah, so White Fox for this team too, like they've got plenty of people that love to play. Zealous obviously has been their most played. I think it's 7 lock-ins for FlyQuest, and a lot of teams to try to attack FlyQuest have been for that White Fox. It's a hero that I'm interested to see balance-wise, like where we go with the next patch. Like there's a couple of these, right? That one right there, obviously one in Black Hat. We were actually talking about it in the green room. A lot of knobs that you can kind of twist there with the coins. You could go with, you know, cooldown, damage reduction, things like that if that is what indeed happens and Ji Young and co cook up. But Star-Lord gonna get the save for Nightmare, and if you look on their side, who likes the Star-Lord? Not a ton. SJW and Light both have played 3 matches of Star-Lord, so they're cooking something there.
Unless maybe we'll see, you know, the resurgence of a sub coming in from Nightmare, somebody that I've been asking for a while, which is pretty tough when you're on controller, but smash. But the White Fox ban over on the very end for FlyQuest after you see the Protect over onto the Luna as well. So, okay, we have our pick and ban phase here, Cozy. Now's the time for Nightmare. If they're going to try anything, just throw a dart on the board.
Yeah, and what they did here too is like Pain plays White Fox and Pain and Fidel plays Rocket. So with those gone, yep, you're gonna have to go to Loki, and that's what Pain has done. 3 other games, that's what they have here. And we take a look at the Flying Lanterns and what will maybe end our night tonight in this matchup. Fly versus Nightmare, gonna be Fly first on the defense. I mean, a lot of the old days was the triple van here early, Vic. All you need is the 2 biggest in the game in that department with the Devil and Hulk.
Okay, Cozy. Final possible round here between FlyQuest and Nightmare. FlyQuest, with Velocity taking the MVP of our very first map, is definitely feeling themselves. They're up here on top of the rooftop. Can we get a little cheeky freeze just to open up the gates here, just to put in the pressure and send a message?
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, this is what the way they want to play. And again, for Fly, like this is the game still fully locked in. Techie being way up from the front. And that's where you see a lot of dinos kind of end early that we saw from the last teams. But Velocity keeping it nice and healthy there. And at the top, just always addressing what the backline pressure is that Light's trying to create for that team. Right now, Impunity on the Groot early instead of that Cap. There's the battle of the Daredevils. Matt Murdock, Lawyer v. Lawyer. Objection goes neither way as Cart finds Fidel early and cause a quick reset because you can't do much without the heal.
Ooh, but who's going to win the case here? You're forced to go back into your spawn room, Gates. Can we talk about how many members it took for Nightmare to go into that side room just so that way they can look at Melio? And that's just the threat that Melio is, while Tusi, it's just going to be a field day of damage here when everybody's grouped up together. But Nace now tries to come out of the gates being on this big Devil Dino. Needs some help here, but Velocity's also been gone uncontested from life.
Yeah, now moving in once again, we'll see if these picks can happen, and it's just gonna be the matchup that's fun to watch, right? You got these 2 divers going at it. Melio getting the best of it. Light's gonna have to get out of there quickly with that grapple and maintain the fury. Melio still having 2.5 is plenty to get the combo off from above. It doesn't need to do much and just play nice and passive. Cart going down early. Okay, typically you do see a strange switch here, but I don't think they're gonna go that route because just like that, it's going to be the Hulk back in action once again. 2Z looking low, and just like that, Nightmare pushing through a bit.
Good little freeze here too. Nightmare now holding them back, and that all started, by the way, as you already mentioned, Cart going down early, and I don't think he wanted to make the swap off because he's about to have the Wall Breaker Hulk activated here. Tusi does make the swap though over to the Moon Knight, and look at the space that they're trying to build up. I think that went hand in hand with Mace being on the Devil Dino, putting down that barrier, and also being able to scoop up Cart there and isolate him from the backline.
Absolutely, Vic. Good calls there as SJW has down that Kraken impact. And quite the impact they'll need now as with the Pain copy. Let's see how they push forward on this. There's the show. Dance is out, and with the group, they've got to capitalize on it. They're trying to go for the old school combo of the Bucky and the tree, and with that, not able to get much because the match of velocity is right there to answer the call.
The stall king from Cart, by the way, now they're going to be able to contest and Tuesday's going to be able to follow up. Yes, you have the dance off originally. You got the copy from Pain, but they couldn't not get the follow between the Strangling Prison and the Kraken impact. Wow, great looks here for FlyQuest, and also remember a stall from Cart, so they couldn't even get another inch on the point.
Yeah, with that quick now, 4 minutes is what they had to start, and down to minute 20, just like that, Vic. Countshu coming and raining down from Fly, or at least ready to do so from Tuesday's end. And I do like their approach of going the old school kind of group, you know, combo into the Bucky, but didn't work that way. So quick swaps there, maybe give them another fighting chance. The Vic, every single cue, like the graphic cards, again, will be begging for life here in a moment.
So will my frames as the moon haunts nobody. If anything, it clears up some space here. Even better, as now you get the reset now as Impunity tries to match that well, but it's going to be the Carpy Impunity action. You find Mace back over into the spawn room gates, and now all that space you built up for yourself is gone. The pressure from the Ankh is going to build even faster while Cart is creating a highlight reel. 1-2, there goes the back line, and it's going to be a full reset with less than 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds left, and at this point, I mean, just the aggression you said at the beginning, will we see it? And I think the Moon Knight represents it perfect, because Tuesday does not play a ton of Moon Knight. Only one appearance here being the other against Nightmare, and surely getting this first point hold will certify the stamp of third place. But SJW finds Zelos, hello early. Now at this point, with that ult going down and velocity, this could be a first point gap. Light's gonna go up. Let's see if the Devils let out indeed. Finds one, now two, hello. And with that, don't think we needed the ult there from Fidel. They might be able to touch, will fly, portal in, or just give them this first zone to make it interesting.
And 2C ends up swapping because Velocity was very close to the Fate of Both Worlds, which is why that was such a big first pick in favor for Light. And he gets another one. That's going to be another strategist after you use the Kumio Unleash. Now you let the Devil out, though. They're racking up in this ult percentages. 2C's looking to portal in, and the face-off with the Fate of Both Worlds comes in together with Velocity. The Glartrox is now out, trying to bring them into the alleyway. Melio now fights Fidel. The backline's in trouble, and you don't have an invisible boundary for this fight.
Just like that, I mean, there's meters away, and it's the quick swap to the Wizard to get the portal out and open. Melio does the rest, but no, 2 down over time. Ticking, and Cart just doing what they've done well. I mean, going back even to, yeah, we lost days, was able, you know, to continue to be a presence for the team. Out and ready once again, though. It was a beauty, my goodness. I mean, Vic, they're making it tight here as the meters are clashing. Have the invisible boundary as well. Pain with the quick up and survivability ready.
Melio somehow still sneaks away and finding SJW, but a big highlight to Impunity, who stayed alive for so long until this very moment. He gets sent back to the spawn room gates. Mace also comes out on a cloak and dagger after Fidel had to swap over to the Doctor Strange. Portal play after portal play, it benefited FlyQuest even more with the way that they were able to deal with Nightmare's onslaught of damage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we were calling a spade, and sometimes, you know, it's tough to make things interesting here when things are looking the way they are. But Light was able to get some value from what was the initial picks on the strategist, but just the response and the call to it. Fly just ending on such a great note that you want to look for. Going across the board, anything stick out to you on the stat department?
I mean, looking at how difficult it is for the strategists to stay alive, right? I mean, Pain is literally feeling some pain. They're trying their best. They're coming out on the invis. You saw them try to utilize that invisible boundary. I think that together with Mace as well, who really created a lot more space when they're on the Devil Dino and try to use that rampage, and then you have to force out a swap up from Fidel, who also lost out on some ultimate economy to go over to Doctor Strange, to then swap over to get the portal just so that way you could contest with your invisible boundary from Pain. It's tough. I mean, overall, we're seeing Light get the priority picks. That's a big highlight. That's a positive highlight here. He is 9-4. But it's the peel potential as FlyQuest and specifically Cart that has just been stalling forever.
Yeah, and Light's one of those, like, just does put in that work, you know, behind the scenes. It's often in the rank, you know, been watching really since season 0 on Star-Lord, I believe, is Euphoria. I was watching this guy play on. I mean, he's been in the scene as early as you possibly can for Rivals, has the heart behind it. But, you know, getting it rolling as one is tough. But Here we go, and I've talked to a lot of coaches too. Have said Light is actually one of the, they would say, you know, the best player on the team, even though that does contradict what people have said in the past. But either way, you are seeing SJW try to hold the defense of a lifetime if they want to be able to make this map interesting. Light gonna go get that first pick on Tuesday, even with the passive. It is impressive. But Card's gonna clap the devil shut.
And then Techie closes the door right afterwards, right? You see those Groot walls coming in right afterwards, unfortunately putting him back in the cup, and as Light is going to come right back, though. Payne just taking different angles, but Cart is on a rampage. He's like the raid boss right now. He's going to go try to dive in this back line, prowling about to see if they get the 3-2-1. It's the Hulk v Hulk battle. Punity just backing away, but it's the information to allow Light to mark him down.
Cart now it's the Hulk's just punching it out up on the rooftop.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely perfection. Cart is relentless right now. You won't like him when he's angry, and the thing is, Vic, he kind of always is here on this Hulk. Jeez, he finding one Light in the back. That's going to give him plenty of that space. And moments now, the Light is ending for this Nightmares run that has been stage 1.
This is exactly what he wanted, though. He forced out the lamps, and now you have the dance up to create that space from Velocity. But Zelo's going down early, wanting to try to get the teleport and try to help out Cart maybe here. But before backing away, you have the stall potential. That's a big first pickup because you were going to have the Kumio unleash.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And a couple times now that happened, even in the last hit of that battle. Payne did use that, though, to try to give them that grace. 2 minutes left, too, so just so much that you have to kind of have as protection. Fidel has to be perfect with this show in the use of it, right? Either go for the combo, most importantly, the defensive side, maybe 2-in-1. And this, I can watch this all day, Vic. Can we just watch the Gamma God throwing fists?
Please, please. I am Groot just straddling prison, even though with the slight little stun at the very end and a nice freeze onto Light Tusi. Lets the hand of Conchu sing. You get Cart now popping the ultimate, the World Breaker Hulk. He's been that raid boss now. He finds Payne. Impunity's turn this time as we get the Hulk v Hulk matchup. The Glartrox is out, but the number advantage is in favor for FlyQuest.
Card slamming once again. The duelists have the name, and he is just going to down. Someone stop this man. The portal's out, though, and this is what was done against Nightmares.
Oh, wow.
Slowly but surely, Mace stomps around, and there it is. Light finds one, Fidel the other. Vicky, just like that, with 1:20, and still plenty. You've got the Light ult as well to help.
That was so smart. Mace was actually ready on time to just dive in on the other side of the portal as Light lets the devil out, wasting more time away from FlyQuest. There goes 3 at the same time. Nightmare now, they know that they're in the driver's seat. They did use up that portal. That's the one thing I'm afraid of, and it is Payne who had to swap off that role. SJW now on the invis, who doesn't really have the invisible boundary or really no sustain, whereas FlyQuest are very close to Velocity and Tusi's ult.
Are you joking me? After the first point hold, making this thing an absolute show here. And yeah, I mean, they have. If Payne can get this up early with Yagamoto, could you talk about the clutch? But Velocity ready on the Q is going to be a tough thing to match, especially with what they have against it. If this fight does draw out, Vicky, that's what's going to give them the key to success, so that you can have SJW and Fidel get things early working. But yeah, that's the dead opposite of what happened.
Nope, and this is the old economy that we're talking about. The moon, no sustain, and you have none of those strategies ultimates from Nightmare, even SJW with the Desperate swap over to the Iron Man, but it is too little, too late, Cozy. FlyQuest speed running their victory in our final series of the day.
Vicky, preseason heartbreak. Didn't make the playoffs. It's become stage 1 redemption for FlyQuest, stamping in, claiming 3rd place, and they locked themselves into the playoffs and got the job done to prove this time around they belong in the conversation for North America.
Damn. What actually was ruined for them?
Onward,
This fight
the
isn't
creatures
over
of the
yet.
night await.
Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. Vacation's over. Back to work. Hope you've still got some heroin. Neither will you, it seems. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster?
Curse thee, vile creature!
Another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm in.
Curse thee, vile creature!
comes the real monster. Curse thee, vile creature!
Yeah, I'm not killing anybody. I don't know. How gotta look at this?
These enemies won't quit, but neither will you, it seems.
Damage reduction.
A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. Vampires arrive. Ready to pull back. Don't you dare let my get you down. My power grows. These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble. Once again, the Vampire King is defeated, and the darkness has been banished. But is this really the end of the story?
Outstanding. So this one gives me healing. This one is 702. Try this one. After, but that's it. I think that's all there is to the games today. Alright guys, I'm gonna be heading out. Hope you guys enjoy. I will see you tomorrow or Monday. Thanks for watching and have a nice night.